Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Hey man, I do what I do. And that's exactly what's happening right now. Black Americans are done trying to force white America to grow up. And for too long, we've been the only ones trying to save this country from itself. But if America refuses to learn, it refuses to listen, it refuses to grow, then maybe it's time for us to let it crash and burn in that regard. We're going to be fine. Okay? We've always survived. And I'm not saying it's going to be leave the map, but see, we temper it. We temper that child's aggression. We temper America's aggression. See, we understand that when white America we understand when it needs to be confronted with its own sins. And it's usually Black Americans that hold that mirror up to it. Because see, look, you need to understand this. All the Latino people, all you Africans out there who are listening to me, I don't care how loud you talk. White America does not listen to immigrants. White America does not listen to indigenous voices. White America does not listen to Latinos, Asians, or Arabs when they speak about injustice. White America does not care. These people tricked y'all into voting for Donald Trump. They turned right around and said, we about to take over Palestine and turn it into a resort in the Mediterranean. All these Venezuelans said, yeah, we're going to vote for Donald Trump. The Cubans went, and we said, okay, once he signed the sworn, we're going to send y'all right back. They don't care about oppressing you. You have no voice. As far as America is concerned, you're not even on the map. It's a Black and white thing. You are nothing as far as the social status is concerned. You're just filling a place. You're just there to cut their lawns and watch their kids. It's hard to hear, but you don't count in this country. You're irrelevant to white America. I'm just saying, you have no voice. You have no place. You're here. You've been assigned the position. You didn't earn the position. But see, on the flip side, when foundational Black Americans speak, white America is forced to listen. Shout out to Quiet Faith. And I know folk don't want to hear it. I'm just telling you what I'm putting a voice, putting words to what you already know to be true. Because if they listen, they'd be listening right now. They're not listening. They don't care. Oh, you took my daddy away. They don't care. Now, the question you should be asking yourself is, why is it that Black, white America listens to us? They don't respect us like that. It's not that they value us. We're not special little snowflakes, special little chocolate chips. But here's the thing. They do fear what happens when we stop asking and start demanding. Because when we do that, things change. See, America doesn't change because it wants to. America doesn't change because it grows a conscience. America only changes when Black Americans make it too ashamed not to. The civil rights movement, It didn't succeed because white America suddenly became enlightened. It succeeded because the world saw black children and black men and black women being attacked by dogs and hosed down in the street and beaten for simply wanting dignity. The Voting Rights Act of 1965, it didn't pass because white politicians had a moral awakening. It passed because of Bloody Sunday in Selma forced white America to see its own brutality on television, and the world saw it. Same thing with the George Floyd unalivement. It didn't spark global protests because his death was unique. It happened all the time, twice on Sunday. It sparked protests because a foundational Black American group of people expressed rage, and it made it impossible for the country to look away. White guilt is the only force strong enough to make America confront itself. Their shame. And that's tempered with the fact that we will have violent uprisings. And no group has ever wielded that sort of power more effectively than Black Americans. This country's never been able to escape its original sin. The kidnapping, the grapes, the pillaging, the centuries of long oppression of foundational Black American people. It's a stain that will never wash away. It's a crime that white America tries to forget, begs us to stop talking about, but they never can. That's why they keep making movies about it. You keep saying it's over, it's done, but you keep making movies about it every 2 years. Shout out to Train to Live, because they can't forget about it. And we force them to remember that. We will never be silent about that. We'll never stop pushing for justice. And we're never going for ourselves, and we'll never stop demanding that America live up to its ideals and preaches what it preaches what it is supposed to be. It preaches what it practices. See, here's the difference, and I want you all to hear something, okay? And well, I don't need y'all to hear. You heard the older brother, the older lawyer that I put on earlier when he was remarking about the civil rights movement. All these other groups, and whether we talking about the Irish who got treated horribly when they got here, the Italians, the Mexicans, these Arabs, everybody, they plead for inclusion. They want to be white. They want to be treated white. Hell, they want to be classified as white. They want to marry white, eat white, live next to white. They want a white girl. They want to be white, white, white. But see, Black Americans fought for transformation. That's what we fought for. We fought for justice, not so that they can change our classification. And we didn't just fight for ourselves. We fought for everybody, because everybody who's been locked out of the opportunity to justice and dignity. That's what we did. And here's the thing. We never sought revenge. Even though we have the right to. You see the way that black man kindly gave that little white kid a shot to cut his grass for $100. I wouldn't have gave him $100. I probably would have gave him about 30, 35. I didn't give him $100 now. I'm just saying. But we don't want revenge against white folk. We just want justice, opportunity, and dignity. That's the difference between us. This white girl, this little Latino girl, she talking about spitting in these folk food when they come to Mexico. You know what I'm saying? This is what they want. This is what they want.
Yes. If you're American, very pale American, I hope you don't have plans for spring break in Mexico, because there's a lot of people that are mad right now. And among other things, you wouldn't want them spitting in your food.
A word. Robbing and kidnapping and all that going on.
Or your drink. At those all-inclusives in Cancun.
In Cancun. You hear that? That's not us. We're not like that. Now, if you push us, we will fight back, but that's what they talking about. This is what happens when white supremacy and brutality and racial targeting is cast out around the world. People say, oh, those are the bad guys. And they're only 7% of the population. See, look, Black Americans have endured the worst, and it has been done in plain sight. We were lynched in public squares while white families took pictures. And they literally had postcards of them. They would literally cut people. I don't even want to talk about it, but the bottom line is we were attacked by dogs, fire hose, just for demanding rights. We were beaten, we were arrested. Our leaders were assassinated. They were jailed, just fighting for justice. And it wasn't just us that benefited, everybody that benefited. And through all that, we were able to force white America to confront itself. We made America see the ugliness of its own laws and its customs. We made America hear the hypocrisy of its own promises. We made America understand that without us, this nation had no soul. You hear me? Every single civil right advancement this country, voting rights, workplace protection, it happened because of Black people and our struggle. And when the dust settles, who benefits? That's the other thing about it. You want to know why Black people are resting now? What's the point of us fighting? We fought for affirmative action, which was meant to recidify past wrongdoings to foundational Black Americans. And it became a tool for white women and other minorities to advance while we remain locked up. And that includes our African cousins who just came over here. These diversity programs built on Black activism just became a gateway for everybody but us to benefit. You have laws that were passed because of Black sacrifices and were used by other groups to climb the ladder, while Black Americans were left out and left at the bottom. And you know what they told us? If you just work harder, it's because you're lazy. And then it's funny when they get a taste of it, like that little lady's Jamaican mom, when they get a taste of it, oh, woe is me. I'm both a Black person or a Black woman, a Black man, and an immigrant. Woe is me. See, America's never wanted to be held accountable. It never wanted to change. It has only done so when Black Americans made it impossible not to. For centuries, we've been the moral arbiters of this nation, pushing it, sometimes dragging it towards justice. The same justice it pretends that it's always stood for. It's getting better, but we made it get that way. Because we appeal to the sense of righteousness and justice. But the thing is, you have to understand is, without Black Americans, this country would still be living in darkness, the darkness of its worst tendencies. See, without Black Americans, America would never have been forced to acknowledge its own cruelty. And without Black Americans, there would be no democracy, no justice, and no progress. It'd just be white men, rich white men, not even the poor whites on top. So again, are you seeing what now that y'all decided to rest, what's gonna happen now? Now that Black Americans, white men, not even the poor whites on top. See, without Black Americans, America would never have been forced to acknowledge its own cruelty. And without Black Americans, there would be no democracy, no justice, and no progress. It'd just be white men, rich white men, not even the poor whites on top. So again, are you seeing what now that y'all decided to rest, what's gonna happen now? Now that Black Americans have decided that we're no longer gonna be the moral compass of a nation that refuses to listen, what happens? What happens when we let America deal with itself without our voices, our leadership, or our willingness to fight? What happens? For generations, we've been the moral force in the vanguard, the warriors for the oppressed. But now in 2025, it's going to face a new crisis. But this time, we're choosing to sit it out. And America should be nervous. That's why you got folk from Latinos to Black, African immigrants, Caribbean immigrants, they're on the internet copping pleas, explaining how they understand. You got white men on the internet saying, man, black people could save us. We made a mistake. All of them are copping pleas. And I find that very interesting.
What's up? Welcome to the broadcast. This is Uncle D.
People wash their ass in the tub, Kamala Harris.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Stanley versus the World. If you are out there, please make sure you hit the like button. If you happen to be new to the channel, make sure that you subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. I've actually never watched Dennis Sperling before, but this was actually pretty impressive. There's almost nothing that I disagree with, which is pretty rare for videos of this type or speeches of this type. I just wish I had an anti-black up on the panel to review it with me. I kind of wonder what a John Galt or what a HB or what a Porsche or what a SKC would say. I bet they would find all kinds of fault with it, and pretty much everything he said can be supported with actual, events or facts. So maybe I'll replay it towards the end of the stream just so more people see it. So that being said, make sure that you also subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. That's my personal channel. It is at Stanley Cross 6000. And I often forget to say this. If you don't watch this stream live, please make sure or feel free to leave comments in the comment section after the fact. Also, I often forget to mention that a lot of the links that I use throughout the show are in the show notes. I do have occasionally, something that I add to review on the fly, but the bulk of the links that I use, videos and newspaper articles, are in the show notes. So feel free to click on links. So let's move on. And speaking of the immigrants, Dennis Sperling talked about immigrants coming here, wanting to assimilate into white culture. And, basically America does not listen to immigrants. And I'm not sure that it should, but, it wouldn't hurt, especially since they do have constitutional rights when they're in our jurisdiction. But Venezuelans, I think he mentioned Venezuelans specifically voting for Trump. Well, looky here. Supreme Court lets Trump lift deportation protections for Venezuelans. Trump has pretty much done away with their temporary protected status. And I know in Florida, they were a whole political action group voting Trump into office, thinking that they would be protected once Trump was in office. And boy, howdy, were they wrong.
Supreme Court lets Trump lift deportation protections for Venezuelans. This article is by Abby Van Sickle and Adam Liptak and read by an automated voice. The Supreme Court on Monday let the Trump administration, for now, remove protections from nearly 350,000 Venezuelan immigrants who had been allowed to remain in the United States without risk of deportation under a program known as Temporary Protected Status. The court's brief order was unsigned and gave no reasons, which is typical when the justices rule on emergency applications. No vote count was listed, although Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson noted that she would have denied the administration's request. The justices announced they would allow the Trump administration to end the protections pending appeal of the case, potentially allowing the administration to move ahead with deportations. The justices also appeared to suggest that some of the Venezuelans who had been able to receive documentation of their legal status before the Trump administration terminated the program could sue to challenge their deportations. In a separate case, the justices on Friday criticized the Trump administration for seeking to provide only a day's warning to a different group of Venezuelan immigrants in Texas. It had been trying to deport under the expansive powers of the Alien Enemies Act, an 18th-century wartime law. The Trump administration has accused that group of migrants of being members of the violent gang Tren de Aragua. Monday's order affects a much broader swath of Venezuelans currently living in the United States legally under the terms of a Biden-era program. The court has been inundated with applications arising from President Trump's blitz of executive orders, many of them seeking to pause or limit trial court rulings, blocking the administration's aggressive agenda, notably in immigration. Ahilan Arulanantham, a lawyer representing the immigrants challenging the Trump administration, called the court's decision truly shocking, especially that it was announced in a 2-paragraph order with no reasoning. This is the largest single action stripping any group of non-citizens of immigration status in modern U.S. history, Mr. Arulanantham said. The humanitarian and economic impact of the court's decision will be felt immediately and will reverberate for generations. Tricia McLaughlin, a spokeswoman for the Department of Homeland Security, called the decision a win for the American people and the safety of our communities. The Biden administration exploited parole programs to let poorly vetted migrants into this country, from Mississippi 13 gang members to known terrorists and murderers, she said. The Trump administration is
Mississippi
reinstituting integrity
13.
into our immigration system to keep our homeland and its people safe. This case started in February, when Kristi Noem, the Homeland Security Secretary, terminated an 18-month extension of temporary protected status that had been granted to Venezuelans by the Biden administration. People affected by the change sued, saying that the move violated administrative procedures and was influenced by racial bias. In March, Judge Edward M. Chen of the Federal District Court in San Francisco blocked the administration's efforts to remove the protections while the case moved forward. He said the plaintiffs had demonstrated that they were likely to succeed in showing that Ms. Noem's actions had been, quote, unauthorized by law, arbitrary and capricious, and motivated by unconstitutional animus. Judge Chen found that terminating the initiative would inflict irreparable harm on hundreds of thousands of persons whose lives, families, and livelihoods will be severely disrupted, cost the United States billions in economic activity, and injure public health and safety in communities throughout the United States. The U.S. Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit rejected the administration's request that it pause Judge Chen's ruling. The Temporary Protected Status Program, enacted by Congress and signed into law by President George H.W. Bush, allows migrants from nations that have experienced national disasters, armed conflicts, or other extraordinary instabilities to live and work legally in the United States. Mr. Trump has tried to end protections under the program as he seeks to make good on his campaign promise to deport millions of immigrants. His efforts aim to terminate the protections for nearly 350,000 people in early April, and for hundreds of thousands more later this year. In the administration's emergency application, D. John Sauer, the Solicitor General, wrote that the law creating the program specifically barred judicial second-guessing of the executive branch's decisions. A provision of the law said that there was no judicial review of any determination concerning the designation or termination or extension of a designation of a foreign state. Judge Chen said that the provision did not prohibit him from deciding whether Ms. Noem was authorized to vacate the protections. Mr. Sauer also criticized the scope of Judge Chen's ruling, echoing a complaint the administration has made to the justices repeatedly in its requests for their intervention on various issues. The district court entered nationwide relief, supplanting Secretary Noem's assessment of the national interest, an area into which a district court is uniquely unqualified to intrude, Mr. Sauer wrote. Mr. Sauer asked the justices to act promptly. This court's immediate attention is especially warranted, he wrote, because protracted litigation will effectively preclude the president from enforcing a critical component of the administration's immigration policy. Lawyers for the challengers responded that the law creating the program strictly limited early terminations of protections, adding that Ms. Noem's action was not authorized under the law. Nowhere does the statute grant the secretary authority to vacate or rescind an extension, they wrote. They added that Mr. Sauer's approach would leave federal courts powerless to stop even blatantly lawless agency action whether to restrict TPS or expand it. The Supreme Court has fielded several other emergency applications involving Mr. Trump's immigration policies. In one, the administration asked the justices to allow it to proceed with a plan to revoke deportation protections for migrants from 4 troubled countries, under a program known as humanitarian parole. In another, the court ordered the administration to facilitate the return of Kilmar Armando Abrego Garcia, who had wrongly been sent to El Salvador, where he remains. Hamed Eliazes contributed reporting.
Yeah, this is going to wind up having to come to a head at some point. The only person that I've seen make the point that in some cases district courts should be able to do nationwide injunctions is when a federal law is not being followed or is broken or something like that. If a law applies nationally and it's deemed that somebody's breaking that law, it logically follows that a nationwide injunction is necessary to ensure that the law is followed from coast to coast. So somebody's going to have to, well, I heard one Supreme Court justice make this point, and to me, it's such an obvious point that I'm surprised that people like Solicitor General Sowers and other legal people aren't just embarrassed saying otherwise. So anyway, let's move on. A bunch of immigration stories here at the outset. You remember a while back, Donald Trump proposed that, hey, we'll pay you $1,000 if you self-deport. And looks like the first self-deport flight has happened. So it says here, this is ground news. On Monday, the U.S. Department of Homeland Security carried out its inaugural government-sponsored flight, voluntarily deporting a group of individuals from Honduras and Colombia who were returned to the city of San Pedro Sula in Honduras. The Trump administration launched this program to encourage undocumented immigrants to self-deport by offering $1,000 debit cards. They're not even giving them cash. And the chance to apply for legal U.S. entry using the CBP Home app, which is a good thing. At least they don't put them at the back of the line. So the flight included 38 Hondurans, 19 of them children, wow, and 26 Colombians, with Honduras promising returning migrants $100 in cash and access to basic necessities upon arrival. So, man, I expected more people, just less than 100 people. I'm sorry, 64 people. They did a whole flight for 60 some people. Wilson Paz, the immigration director of Honduras, reported that the number of Hondurans returned from the U.S. this year is approximately 13,500, which is lower than the more than 15,000 individuals deported by the same time last year, and he does not anticipate a considerable rise in these figures. The head of the U.S. Homeland Security encouraged individuals living in the country without legal authorization to utilize the CBP Home app for organizing their departure and accessing financial assistance, cautioning that failure to comply could result in penalties, detention, deportation, and permanent exclusion from reentry. So the deportation process, I have to give Trump credit, is multi-pronged. So that first story from the New York Times talked about Mr. Abrego Garcia. Trump administration must seek return of wrongly deported man to El Salvador in appeals court rules. I can tell you right now, this is going to make it all the way up to the Supreme Court, and more than likely, the Supreme Court's going to force the Trump administration to bring this guy back. It is less than honorable to admit that you made a mistake and then pretend like you can't fix the mistake. So a federal appeals panel split with a 2-1 decision. So there is a next step where they appealed this to the whole appeals court, denied the Trump administration's bid to suspend a judge's directive ordering the government to assist in returning a Venezuelan refugee who was mistakenly deported to El Salvador earlier this year. The dispute arose because U.S. District Judge Stephanie Gallagher found the administration violated a November court settlement that protected young migrants with pending asylum claims, including Christian, who was deported under the Alien Enemies Act invoked by Trump. Gallagher directed officials to work with Salvadoran authorities to bring, that's right. This isn't Abrego Garcia. This is another guy. There were a couple people that were mistakenly deported. Gallagher directed officials to work with Salvadoran authorities to bring Christian back from a prison in El Salvador so his asylum claim could be resolved, but the administration had largely failed to comply despite the court's order. Judges Gregory and Benjamin upheld the order, with Gregory sharply criticizing the executive branch for attempting to override the rule of law. While dissenting, Judge Richardson argued that ruling overstepped judicial bounds. No, it doesn't. The ruling emphasizes courts must enforce legal process despite political pressure, and it sets the stage for a probable Supreme Court review amid claims that Christian's removal denied him the right to contest government gang membership accusations. So this is a drama waiting to happen. It's almost like weekly. It's like a TV show where there's the cliffhanger at the very end of the show, and then you have to tune in next week to see what happens next. So this is let me turn this mic up a bit. This is just really egregious, to be honest. I'm just really unimpressed with Trump's methods in this deportation campaign promise. I just have a feeling he could be doing better. So another kind of immigration story here. Last week, there's a ICE detention center in Newark, New Jersey, and the mayor of Newark was arrested, but the charges were dropped against him. But there are also a couple people from the House of Representatives there, and one of them, is it Pam McIver? One of them has been charged. Oh, I'm sorry, it's LaMonica McIver. Basically has been charged with trespassing or assault or something like that. So let's hear this story.
Rep. McIver charged with assault over clash outside Newark ICE Center. This article is by Luis Ferre-Sadurni and read by an automated voice. The Justice Department charged a New Jersey congresswoman with assaulting federal agents during a clash outside a Newark immigration detention center and dropped a trespass charge against the city's mayor that arose from the same episode, the department said Monday. Alina Habba, the interim U.S. attorney for New Jersey, disclosed the move in a post on X, saying that the congresswoman, LaMonica McIver, had been charged for assaulting, impeding, and interfering with law enforcement when she visited the detention center with 2 other Democratic members of Congress from New Jersey on May 9th. No one is above the law, politicians or otherwise, Ms. Habba said in a statement. It is the job of this office to uphold justice impartially, regardless of who you are. Now we will let the justice system work. She added that she had sought a resolution without bringing criminal charges, but that Ms. McIver had declined. In a statement on Monday, Ms. McIver blamed federal law enforcement for instigating the clash, saying that, quote, ICE agents created an unnecessary and unsafe confrontation. The charges against me are purely political. They mischaracterize and distort my actions and are meant to criminalize and deter legislative oversight, she said. Ms. Haba also announced that she had dismissed a misdemeanor charge for trespass against Ras J. Baraka, the Democratic mayor of Newark, whose arrest had precipitated the flare-up with federal agents after he sought to join the lawmakers on their tour of the detention center but was denied entry. She said she had dismissed the charge for the sake of moving forward. In a statement, Mr. Baraka welcomed the dropping of the charges, but said he would continue to advocate for the humane treatment of detainees at the detention center, known as Delaney Hall, and ensure it complies with city code and regulations. Ms. McIver and the two other lawmakers, Representatives Bonnie Watson-Coleman and Rob Menendez, have pushed back against the Trump administration's contention that the legislators stormed into the detention center. The federal government's narrative has also been contradicted by video footage and by witnesses who were at the scene. The lawmakers visited the detention center on May 9th to conduct an oversight visit. They said that they were allowed inside to tour the 1,000-bed facility, which opened this month amid resistance from local officials who are opposed to President Trump's deportation efforts. Ms. McIver and the other lawmakers, as well as the mayor's supporters, formed a physical circle around Mr. Baraka, video shows, leading to jostling and a confusing scrum that the Trump administration has sought to cast as a violent mob attack on federal officers. Federal officials arrested Mr. Baraka and charged him with trespassing, a misdemeanor. Mr. Baraka had said he was being selectively prosecuted. Both sides have pointed to videos from the chaotic scuffle, from recordings by protesters to footage from body cameras released by the Department of Homeland Security, to accuse each other of instigating the altercation, which did not appear to lead to any injuries. Footage from a body-worn camera shared by Fox News shows the lawmakers and a group of officers outside the facility's fence. At one point, Ms. McIver appears to make contact with a law enforcement officer wearing fatigues and a face mask as she is finding her way to the gate. A second video captured a verbal disagreement between Ms. McIver and several officers. The lawmaker, who is standing with her back against a car and is surrounded by officers in tactical gear, can be heard screaming at officers and saying, "Ma'am, he just assaulted me." After the incident, Ms. McIver said she had been shoved by officers from the Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency. In a joint statement on Monday, the Democratic leadership of the House called the charges against Ms. McIver extreme, morally bankrupt, and lacks any basis in law or fact. Paul J. Fishman, a lawyer for Ms. McIver, called the decision to charge the Congresswoman spectacularly inappropriate. As a member of Congress, she has the right and responsibility to see how ICE is treating detainees, said Mr. Fishman, who previously served as U.S. Attorney for the District of New Jersey. Rather than facilitating that inspection, ICE agents chose to escalate what should have been a peaceful situation into chaos. After Mr. Baraka was taken into custody, the three lawmakers entered Delaney Hall and took the tour they had been waiting for. Republicans have seized on the episode to portray Democrats as more interested in protecting the immigrants with criminal records they said are being held inside the facility than U.S. citizens. In television interviews and on social media, Department of Homeland Security officials have for days accused the lawmakers of storming into the facility, suggesting last week that assault charges were looming. The agency shared a video on X that it says shows Ms. McIver assaulting an ICE agent. Representative Buddy Carter, a Republican from Georgia, introduced a resolution seeking to strip the lawmakers of their committee assignments in the House of Representatives this week. Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, a Republican from Georgia, called for Ms. McIver to be expelled from Congress. For weeks, Democratic officials in New Jersey have protested the opening of Delaney Hall, which is expected to significantly expand the federal government's detention capacity as it ramps up immigration arrests across the country. In February, ICE entered into a $1 billion contract with Geo Group, one of the country's largest private prison companies, to convert the building into a detention center. But Mr. Baraka, who is running for governor of New Jersey, galvanized opposition against the detention center. arguing that it had opened without the proper city permits or inspections. The controversy engulfing the facility drew the attention of the New Jersey lawmakers, who visited the facility on May 9th to inspect the conditions. The mayor tried to join the congressional delegation but was not allowed to do so. He was initially allowed past the fence, according to video he released last week that he said showed him being invited past the gates before he was arrested, seemingly contradicting accusations that he had barged into the facility without permission. He was then asked to leave multiple times and exited voluntarily, according to video footage and the mayor's aides. However, federal agents wearing face coverings and military fatigues appeared outside the gates to arrest the mayor. Video shows, leading to a chaotic scene. In one video, Ms. McIver and Ms. Watson-Coleman walk a few paces away before Ms. McIver stops and turns to face the officers. "You can't talk to a congresswoman like that," she says. "You will pay," Ms. Watson-Coleman said earlier this month. "The notion that I or any of my colleagues body-slammed armed federal officers is absurd. DHS is lying because they know their agents were out of line," she said. On Thursday, after a court appearance, Mr. Baraka said he had been targeted by the Trump administration, which he said had fabricated his arrest to humiliate him. On Monday, Ms. Haba, a lawyer for Mr. Trump whom the president appointed to lead the U.S. Attorney's Office in New Jersey, shifted gears. She said that the federal government had decided to dismiss the charge against Mr. Baraka after, quote, "extensive consideration." "In the spirit of public interest, I have invited the mayor to tour Delaney Hall," she said. "The government has nothing to hide at this facility, and I will personally accompany the mayor so he can see that firsthand."
Drama, drama, drama. That is pretty much all that the Trump administration brings to problem solving. Create drama and hope the problem solves itself. So, let's see. This was an interesting story. Apparently, New Orleans has had like a ton of facial recognition cameras in operation and did not tell anybody. So, first city to do so, etc. So, this is the future, folks.
This news story was written by Douglas McMillan and Aaron Schaffer. Police secretly monitored New Orleans with facial recognition cameras. Following records requests from the Post, officials paused the first known widespread live facial recognition program used by police in the United States. New Orleans. For 2 years, New Orleans police secretly relied on facial recognition technology to scan city streets in search of suspects, a surveillance method without a known precedent in any major American city that may violate municipal guardrails around use of the technology, an investigation by the Washington Post has found. Police increasingly use facial recognition software to identify unknown culprits from still images, usually taken by surveillance cameras at or near the scene of a crime. New Orleans police took this technology a step further, utilizing a private network of more than 200 facial recognition cameras to watch over the streets, constantly monitoring for wanted suspects and automatically pinging officers' mobile phones through an app to convey the names and current locations of possible matches. This appears out of step with a 2022 City Council ordinance, which limited police to using facial recognition only for searches of specific suspects in their investigations of violent crimes, and never as a more generalized surveillance tool for tracking people in public places. Each time police want to scan a face, the ordinance requires them to send a still image to trained examiners at a state facility, and later provide details about these scans in reports to the City Council. Guardrails meant to protect the public's privacy and prevent software errors from leading to wrongful arrests. Since early 2023, the network of facial recognition cameras has played a role in dozens of arrests, including at least 4 people who were only charged with non-violent crimes, according to police reports, court records, and social media posts by Project NOLA, a crime prevention nonprofit company that buys and manages many of the cameras. Officers did not disclose their reliance on facial recognition matches in police reports for most of the arrests for which the police provided detailed records, and none of the cases were included in the department's mandatory reports to the City Council on its use of the technology. Project NOLA has no formal contract with the city, but has been working directly with police officers. This is the facial recognition technology nightmare scenario that we have been worried about, said Nathan Freed Wessler, a deputy director with the ACLU's Speech, Privacy, and Technology Project, who has closely tracked the use of AI technologies by police. This is the government giving itself the power to track anyone, for that matter, everyone, as we go about our lives walking around in public. Ann Kirkpatrick, who heads the New Orleans Police Department, paused the program in early April, she said in an interview, after a captain identified the alerts as a potential problem during a review. In an April 8th email reviewed by the Post, Kirkpatrick told Project NOLA that the automated alerts must be turned off until she is sure that the use of the app meets all the requirements of the law and policies. The Post began requesting public records about the alerts in February. The police department does not own, rely on, manage, or condone the use by members of the department of any artificial intelligence systems associated with the vast network of Project NOLA crime cameras, Reese Harper, a spokesman for the agency, said in an emailed statement. Police across the country rely on facial recognition software, which uses artificial intelligence to quickly map the physical features of a face in one image and compare it to the faces in huge databases of images, usually drawn from mugshots, driver's licenses, or photos on social media, looking for possible matches. New Orleans' use of automated facial recognition has not been previously reported and is the first known widespread effort by police in a major U.S. city to use AI to identify people in live camera feeds for the purpose of making immediate arrests, Wessler said. The Post has reported that some police agencies use AI-powered facial recognition software in violation of local laws, discarding traditional investigative standards and putting innocent people at risk. Police at times arrested suspects based on AI matches without independent evidence connecting them to the crime, raising the chances of a false arrest. Often, police failed to inform defendants about their use of facial recognition software, denying them the opportunity to contest the results of a technology that has been shown to be less reliable for people of color, women, and older people. One of the few places where live facial recognition is known to be in wide use is London, where police park vans outside of high-traffic areas and use facial recognition-equipped cameras to scan the faces of passers-by and confront people deemed a match to those on a watch list. While the city says the program has never led to a false arrest since launching in 2016, Big Brother Watch, a London-based civil liberties group, argues that the practice treats everyone as a potential suspect, putting the onus on the people who were falsely matched to prove their innocence. Real-time alerts. The surveillance program in New Orleans relied on Project NOLA, a private group run by a former police officer who assembled a network of cameras outside of businesses in crime-heavy areas, including the city's French Quarter district. Project NOLA configured the cameras to search for people on a list of wanted suspects. When the software determined it had found a match, it sent real-time alerts via an app some officers installed on their mobile phones. The officers would then quickly research the subject, go to the location, and attempt to make arrests. Police did not set up the program, nor can they directly search for specific people or add or remove people from the camera system's watch list, according to Brian Lagarde, Project NOLA's founder. Little about this arrangement resembles the process described in the City Council ordinance from 3 years ago, which imagined detectives using facial recognition software only as part of methodical investigations with careful oversight. Each time police want to scan a face, the ordinance requires them to send a still image to a state-run fusion center in Baton Rouge, where various law enforcement agencies collaborate on investigations. There, examiners trained in identifying faces use AI software to compare the image with a database of photos and only return a match if at least 2 examiners agree. Investigators have complained that process takes too long and often doesn't result in any matches, according to a federally mandated audit of the department in 2023. It has only proved useful in a single case that led to an arrest since October 2022, according to records police provided to the city council. By contrast, Project NOLA claims its facial recognition cameras played a role in at least 34 arrests since they were activated in early 2023, according to the group's Facebook posts, a number that cannot be verified because the city does not track such data and the nonprofit does not publish a full accounting of its cases. Without a list of the cases, it's impossible to know whether any of the people were misidentified or what additional steps the officers took to confirm their involvement in the crimes. Kirkpatrick said her agency has launched a formal review into how many officers used the real-time alerts, how many people were arrested as a result, how often the matches appear to have been wrong, and whether these uses violated the city ordinance. We're going to do what the ordinance says and the policies say, and if we find that we're outside of those things, we're going to stop it, correct it, and get within the boundaries of the ordinance, she said. There are no federal regulations around the use of AI by local law enforcement. 4 states, Maryland, Montana, Vermont, and Virginia, as well as at least 19 cities in 9 other states, explicitly bar their own police from using facial recognition for live, automated, or real-time identification or tracking, according to the Security Industry Association, a trade group. Lawmakers in these places cited concerns in public meetings that the technology could infringe on people's constitutional rights or lead police to make mistakes when they rush to arrest a potential suspect before taking steps to confirm their connection to the crime, as many people look alike. At least 8 Americans have been wrongfully arrested due to facial recognition, the Post and others have reported. The unsanctioned surveillance program in New Orleans highlights the challenge of regulating a technology that is widely available, at a time when some police see AI as an invaluable crime-fighting tool. Even in some places where officials have banned facial recognition, including Austin and San Francisco, officers skirted the bans by covertly asking officers from neighboring towns to run AI searches on their behalf, the Post reported last year. Violent crime rates in New Orleans, like much of the country, are at historic lows, according to Jeff Asher, a consultant who tracks crime statistics in the region. But city officials have seized on recent instances of violent crime to argue that police need the most powerful tools at their disposal. Last month, an independent report commissioned after the New Year's Day attack that left 14 people dead on Bourbon Street found the New Orleans police to be understaffed and underprepared. The report, overseen by former New York City Police Commissioner William Bratton, advised New Orleans to explore adopting several new tools, including drones, threat prediction systems, and upgrades to the city's real-time crime center, but did not recommend adding any form of facial recognition. Kirkpatrick, the city's top police official, and Jason Williams, its top prosecutor, both said they are in discussions with the city council to revise the facial recognition ordinance. Kirkpatrick says she supports the idea of the city legally operating its own live facial recognition program, without the involvement of Project NOLA, and with certain boundaries, such as prohibiting use of the technology to identify people at a protest. Can you have the technology without violating and surveilling? She asked. Yes, you can, and that's what we're advocating for. 5,000 cameras. Few people have as much visibility into the everyday lives of New Orleans residents as Lagarde, a former patrol officer and investigator who started his own video surveillance business in the late 1990s before launching Project NOLA in 2009. Funded by donations and reliant on businesses that agree to host the cameras on their buildings or connect existing surveillance cameras to its centralized network, Lagarde said Project NOLA has access to 5,000 crime cameras across New Orleans, most of which are not equipped with facial recognition. The cameras all feed into a single control room in a leased office space on the University of New Orleans campus, Lagarde said in an interview at the facility. Some camera feeds are also monitored by federal, state, and local law enforcement agencies, he said. Project NOLA made $806,724 in revenue in 2023, tax filings show. Much of it came from cloud fees. The group charges local governments outside of New Orleans, from Monticello, Florida, to Frederick, Colorado, which install Project NOLA cameras across their own towns and rely on Lagarde's assistance monitoring crime. He's experimented with facial recognition in Mississippi, he said, but his first instance of doing citywide facial recognition is New Orleans. New Orleans does not pay Project NOLA. For more than a decade, Lagarde used standard cameras outside businesses to monitor crime and offer surveillance clips for officers to use in their investigations. Lagarde's cameras became so widespread that police began calling him when they spotted a Project NOLA camera hovering near a crime scene they were investigating, according to police incident reports, interviews with police, and emails obtained through a public records request. Lagarde began adding facial recognition cameras to his network in early 2023, after an $87,000 bequest from a local woman. Lagarde used the money to buy a batch of cameras capable of detecting people from about 700 feet away and automatically matching them to the facial features, physical characteristics, and even the clothing of people in a database of names and faces he has compiled. Lagarde says he built his database partly from mugshots from local law enforcement agencies. It includes more than 30,000 local suspected and known criminals, Project NOLA wrote on Facebook in 2023. Lagarde can quickly identify anyone in the database the moment they step in front of a Project NOLA camera, he said. He can also enter a name or image to pull up all the video clips of that person Project NOLA captured within the last 30 days, after which Lagarde says videos get automatically deleted for privacy reasons. Project NOLA found enthusiastic partners in local business owners, some of who were fed up with what they saw as the city's inability to curb crime in the French Quarter, the engine of its tourism economy that's also a hub for drug dealers and thieves who prey on tourists, said Tim Blake, the owner of Three-Legged Dog, a bar that was one of the first places to host one of Project NOLA's facial recognition cameras. Project NOLA would not exist if the government had done its job, Blake said. While Lagarde sometimes appears alongside city officials at news conferences announcing prominent arrests, he is not a New Orleans government employee or contractor. Therefore, Lagarde and the organization are not required to share information about facial recognition matches that could be critical evidence in the courtroom, said Danny Engelberg, the chief public defender for New Orleans. When you make this a private entity, all those guardrails that are supposed to be in place for law enforcement and prosecution are no longer there, and we don't have the tools to do what we do, which is hold people accountable, he said. Lagarde says he tries to be transparent by posting about some of his successful matches on Facebook, though he acknowledges that he only posts a small fraction of them and says it would be irresponsible to post information about open investigations. Project NOLA, he added, is accountable to the businesses and private individuals who host the cameras and voluntarily opt to share their feeds with the network. It's a system that can be turned off as easily as it's been turned on, he said. Were we to ever violate public trust, people can individually turn these cameras off. Banned devices. Lagarde declined to say who makes the equipment he uses, saying he doesn't want to endorse any company. Several Project NOLA cameras in the French Quarter look nearly identical to ones on the website of Dahua, a Chinese camera maker, and product codes stamped on the backs of these devices correspond to an identical camera sold by Plainview, New York-based equipment retailer ENS Security, which has acknowledged reselling Dahua cameras in the past. Project NOLA's website also contains a link to download an app where police officers can view and manage footage. The app, called DSS, is made by Dahua. Congress banned federal agencies from using products or services made by Dahua and a list of other Chinese companies in 2018, citing concerns that the equipment could be used by President Xi Jinping's government to spy on Americans. Since 2020, the law has barred any agency or contractor that receives federal funds from using those funds on the banned products. A Dahua spokesperson declined to comment on the New Orleans cameras and said the company stopped selling equipment in the U.S. last year. The New Orleans Police Department has received tens of millions of dollars from the federal government in recent years and confirmed that some officers have installed this DSS app on mobile phones and police workstations. Kirkpatrick said she was not aware of who made the app or cameras but would look into it. Lagarde said Project NOLA uses American-made brand-name servers to operate our camera program. Some city officials argue that police are not violating the city's facial recognition ordinance because they do not own the cameras or contract with Lagarde. They are merely receiving tips from an outside group that is performing facial recognition scans on its own. If Brian Lagarde calls an officer and says, "I think a crime is occurring on the 1800 block of Bienville," that's no different than Miss Johnson looking out of her window and saying, "I think a crime is occurring on 1850 Bienville." Williams, the Orleans Parish District Attorney, said in an interview, "But in many cases, police have gone to Lagarde to request footage or help identifying and locating suspects, according to police reports, Project NOLA social media posts, and internal police emails. Tracking a suspect. In one case last year, a police detective investigating a snatched cell phone relied on Project NOLA to identify the perpetrator and track him down using facial recognition alerts, according to accounts of the investigation drawn partly from the police incident report and partly from Project NOLA's Facebook post. The detective contacted Lagarde to assist locating the perpetrator on Project NOLA cameras, according to the police report, providing still shots taken from the city's surveillance camera footage. Lagarde used Project NOLA's clothing recognition tool to find previous video footage of a suspect. With the new, better images of his face, Project NOLA used facial recognition to learn his possible identity and share that with the detective. The detective took that name and found photos of a man on social media whose appearance and tattoos matched the phone snatcher. Police got a warrant for his arrest. Lagarde added that name and face to Project NOLA's watch list, and a few days later, cameras automatically identified him in the French Quarter and alerted police, who found and arrested him. The man was charged with robbery, but pleaded guilty to the lesser offense of theft, court records show. The police report mentioned that Lagarde helped identify the suspect, but did not mention that he used facial recognition to do so, or used live facial recognition and automated alerts to monitor for and locate him. David Barnes, a New Orleans police sergeant overseeing legal research and planning, said officers are trained to always find probable cause before making an arrest. He said Lagarde sometimes overstates in Facebook posts the role his technology played in some of the cases. He said the detective investigating the phone snatching case was only asking Lagarde to find videos of the suspect, not the location of the suspect. On a rainy May morning outside the three-legged dog, a Project NOLA camera swiveled about, blinking red and blue lights, and twitching side to side as it followed cars and people based on an automated program. The camera is no longer pinging the police on an app, at Kirkpatrick's request. "Like you and everybody else, I do not want to lose any cases of violent criminals based on policy violations or violations of our ordinances," Kirkpatrick said in her email last month to Lagarde. But the alerts still go to Project NOLA staff, who Lagarde said convey the location of wanted suspects to the police via phone calls, texts, and emails. Schaffer reported from Washington. Nate Jones and Jeremy Merrill contributed to this report.
Well, Big Brother is watching you, and I have real mixed feelings about this. I'm almost like a hunter in fair chase. Um, problem is the technology is perfect as they want it to sound. Makes mistakes, and it's almost like adding to the chances of an innocent person winding up being jailed or just in trouble. Even if you're falsely accused of a crime, having to defend yourself is very expensive, and it is possible that you don't get, if you're found not guilty, or the charges are dropped, you don't necessarily recoup the funds that you had to spend on lawyers and the like to defend yourself. I'm not so much in favor of a city being saturated by cameras. There are all kinds of privacy issues, so real mixed feelings about this. Another disturbing thing, when I was a kid, PBS was a thing. And, believe it or not, I'm 60 years old and Sesame Street has been around since I was like really young, 4 or 5 years old. So, Sesame Street apparently has been in some trouble and it's gone through several phases. They're just having all kinds of financial difficulties. And apparently, I think they went to Disney and now they're going to go to Netflix. So, when I was a kid, if you had a TV and an antenna, it was perfectly free. You could watch Sesame Street every afternoon. It used to come on around 4 o'clock in the afternoon or so, and it was perfectly free. Now, to watch Sesame Street, you're gonna have to have if you want to watch it on Netflix, you're gonna have to pay for it. So, if for some reason you don't have access to PBS, so apparently it's going to continue on PBS well, even PBS isn't free because if you have to pay for cable, and I know there are certain places that don't have access to PBS over the airways. So anyway, it's just kind of a shame to see how Sesame Street has been commercialized, I guess. So let's watch this video here. You know what? Now that I think about it, I better not play this. Who knows what kind of trademarks or copyright stuff that we'll be dealing with if I play this. Let's see. So it says here, this is from the Hollywood Reporter. It's my first time ever doing a story from the Hollywood Reporter. Netflix is stepping in to save Sesame Street. The streaming giant has inked a deal with Sesame Street Workshop for new episodes of the long-running children's show, just months after Warner Brothers Discovery opted not to renew its output deal for the program in a strategic shift at its streaming service, Max, which will soon return to being HBO Max. In a notable change from the HBO deal, new episodes of Sesame Street will run all day and date on PBS and the PBS Kids app, ensuring that they are easily accessible. Sesame Street has been available on PBS for more than 50 years. During the HBO deal, the episodes debuted on PBS months after their HBO premieres. So I see. So the premieres are going to happen on Netflix, and then they will wind up being kind of secondhand episodes on PBS. The unique public-private partnership will enable Sesame Street Workshop to bring our research-based curriculum to young children around the world with Netflix's global reach, while ensuring children and communities across the U.S. continue to have free access on public television to the Sesame Street they love. Sesame Street Workshop CEO Sherry Weston said in a statement, "I strongly believe that our educational programming for children is one of the most important aspects of our service to the American people, and Sesame Street has been an integral part of that critical work for more than half a century," added Paula Kerger, president and CEO of PBS. "We're proud to continue our partnership in the pursuit of having a profound impact on the lives of children for years to come. The Netflix deal begins later this year with season 56 of the program. Season 56 will be reimagined, with the show dropping its magazine-style format in favor of a longer segment joined by a new animated element called Tales from 123. The new season will be released in 3 batches, Netflix says. Sesame Workshop has been seeking a new home for the show since the HBO talks ended. Some of the Sesame Street library will remain on HBO Max, and the nonprofit has faced a budget crunch, forcing layoffs earlier this year. Oh no, Mick Cookie Monster, Cookie Monster laid me off. The deal with Netflix and PBS not only provides much needed financial stability for the nonprofit, it is slated to host its annual fundraiser next week, but also provides expanded access to the program for free, an extremely unusual arrangement for Netflix. All right. So, how Sesame Street has changed from when I was a kid. Okay, well, we're going to kind of shift gears here, getting back to Trump and politics. This is the inside story of Trump's search for a new Air Force One. Everything is always more complicated than first reported with this guy. So this is a longish article, but since I like bashing Trump, the longer the better.
The inside story of Trump's search for a new Air Force One. This article is by Eric Lipton, Maggie Haberman, Adam Rasgon, and Eric Schmidt, and read by an automated voice. President Trump wanted a quick solution to his Air Force One problem. The United States signed a $3.9 billion contract with Boeing in 2018 for 2 jets to be used as Air Force One, but a series of delays had slowed the work far past the 2024 delivery deadline, possibly beyond Mr. Trump's second term. Now Mr. Trump had to fly around in the same old planes that transported President George H.W. Bush 35 years ago. It wasn't just a vanity project. Those planes, which are no longer in production, require extensive servicing and frequent repairs, and officials from both parties, reaching back a decade or more, had been pressing for replacements. Mr. Trump, though, wanted a new plane while he was still in office. But how? "We're the United States of America," Mr. Trump said this month. "I believe that we should have the most impressive plane." The story of how the Trump administration decided that it would accept a free luxury Boeing 747-8 from Qatar to serve as Air Force One involved weeks of secret coordination between Washington and Doha. The Pentagon and the White House's military office swung into action, and Mr. Trump's Middle East envoy Stephen Witkoff played a key role. Soon after Mr. Trump took office, military officials started to discuss how the United States could buy a temporary plane for Mr. Trump to use while Boeing's work creaked along, an investigation by the New York Times found. But by May 11th, when the president announced on social media that Qatar would be providing the plane to the United States, he characterized it as, quote, "a gift, free of charge." There are lingering questions about how much financial sense the still unsigned deal would make, given the costs of refitting the plane for presidential use and operating it over the long run, or even whether the plane could be ready for Mr. Trump to use before the end of his second term. The outlines of the arrangement that emerged have also drawn condemnation from both Democrats and Republicans in Washington, as well as ethics lawyers, who said it looked either like Mr. Trump himself was taking the gift or that the Qataris were using it to curry favor with the administration. And it remains unclear exactly how a plan that Pentagon officials and others inside the administration initially assumed would involve buying the plane from Qatar morphed into a proposed gift by the Middle Eastern nation. Qatar has denied any intention of using the transaction as part of an influence campaign, and Mr. Trump has said he would not use the plane after leaving office. Some elements of the effort to acquire the plane were reported earlier by CNN. Interviews with 14 people involved in or briefed on the search for the replacement plane say it started when the White House Military Office, which oversees presidential travel, worked with Boeing and the Defense Department to compile a list of every late model 747 on the market with a business jet layout, which could more quickly be retrofitted into a presidential plane. There were only 8 planes in the world that fit the bill, including a flashy double-decker jet that Qatar had been trying to sell for several years, with no luck. A brochure for the aircraft advertised just the kind of opulence Mr. Trump favors. There were soft fabrics of the highest quality in the bedroom, along with luxurious leather and exquisite wood veneers, and a lavishly designed bathroom that is almost a piece of art. The Emir of Qatar had donated the same make and model to Turkey in 2018 as a gesture of support for President Recep Tayyip Erdogan. Mr. Erdogan had stood by Doha as the country's bitter rivals in the region cut off diplomatic and transport ties with Qatar, effectively isolating it. But this second 747 was still available for sale. Mr. Witkoff, an old friend from Mr. Trump's early days in New York real estate, knew the Qataris well. The country's sovereign wealth fund had bailed him out in 2023 when a real estate deal on Central Park South went bad. So Mr. Witkoff got in touch with the Qataris to ask about the plane. Love at first sight. By mid-February, Qatar had agreed to send the jet to Florida when Mr. Trump was at his Mar-a-Lago resort so he could see the plane firsthand. The plane arrived on the morning of Saturday, February 15th, after a non-stop flight from Doha to West Palm Beach, Florida, according to flight tracking records. Mr. Trump left his club for the short drive to the airport and stepped out of his limousine about 10 a.m. to lay eyes on a plane that once had been used by the Qatari royal family. Every surface and detail in this room reflects the opulent design, the sales brochure said. The highest level of craftsmanship and engineering prowess was applied to outfit the interior meticulously. The upper deck has a lounge and a communication center, while the main bedroom could be, quote, converted into a complete medical patient transport unit with direct oxygen supply. For the staff, there was a business class section with 12 fully reclining seats. It's a big beast, Mark Fulcrod, an aerospace engineer who at one point tried to help Qatar sell the plane, said in an interview on Friday. Boeing made a great airplane, and it's a classic piece when you do the VIP version, said Mr. Fulcrod, who has a consulting firm that helps wealthy clients and heads of state buy jets. But such planes have a limited number of buyers. You might find that one-off guy that has a super ego that wants to buy one and ride around in it, Mr. Fulcrod said. Major airlines were not interested in buying the plane because it was not configured for commercial use. And 747s are less popular these days, even for heads of state. The planes have 4 engines and are expensive to maintain and operate. Getting parts over time will become more difficult as well, because the planes are no longer manufactured. Even flying the plane to the United States so Mr. Trump could kick the tires was a wildly expensive endeavor. The cost of operating such a plane is an estimated $25,000 per hour, according to One Trade magazine. The hourly cost to charter a jet like this is even higher, about $35,000. That means the round-trip flight from Doha to Florida of about 30 hours in the air, not including the time on the ground, could have cost perhaps as much as $1 million for a charter. The White House suggested at the time that Mr. Trump's tour of the Qatari plane was intended to put pressure on Boeing to speed its work on its new presidential jets. After Mr. Trump looked at the plane, one thing was clear: it was love at first sight. Flying back to Washington on one of the existing Air Force One 747s, he marveled at what he had seen of the interiors of the Qatari jet and talked about the plane as if getting it for his own use was a done deal. A new paint job, his allies in the White House figured, and few other quick upgrades. And it could be ready within the year for Mr. Trump to fly. The talks about acquiring it intensified. The Boeing jets that the United States had already paid for became a secondary focus for the White House. Elon Musk had been tasked with pushing Boeing to move faster on them, but Air Force officials were projecting that it would now be 2027, at the earliest, before the first of the 2 new planes would be ready for Mr. Trump. Officials from Qatar had been trying to sell its spare 747 since at least 2020. The jet, which was delivered by Boeing in 2012, is worth $150 million to $180 million in its current state, Mr. Fulcrod estimated. But it turned out that Qatar wouldn't be selling the plane after all. A gift, free of charge. By the time Mr. Trump toured the aircraft on February 15th, discussions about how to acquire the plane had changed. The talk among senior aides to Mr. Trump shifted from a government-to-government sale to a donation. That was a surprise to Air Force officials. At no point, Pentagon officials said, did the Air Force propose that the plane be donated. One senior administration official told The Times that Qatar raised the option of a potential gift, or at least that Qatari officials were agreeable to the idea of a no-charge government-to-government transfer when it came up. A second official said Mr. Witkoff, for one, always believed the transaction would be a donation. Another official said Qatari officials volunteered the idea of a donation, an account that Qatar has declined to address. Some administration officials had a simple reaction. If Qatar was willing to give it as a gift, then why wouldn't the United States take it? Other administration officials and lawyers came around to the idea that a donation would be simpler and quicker than a sale. Government officials in Qatar, who had long wanted to unload the plane, had a different version of the sequence of events, according to a person familiar with their timeline. They were willing to send the jet to Florida for Mr. Trump to take a personal tour, but the expectation was that the plane would be sold to the United States, not offered as a gift. What is clear is that the ties between the United States and Qatar are already extremely close, in large part because of the sprawling airbase there, where the United States has one of its largest operations in the Middle East, and it is a relationship that involves major spending on both sides. Just since 2003, Qatar has invested more than $8 billion building out the Al Udeid airbase for use by the United States, according to estimates by the State Department. These contributions are indispensable to supporting U.S. military operations throughout the region, a State Department report issued in January said. Qatar has been willing to spend so much to support the United States' military base within its territory, in part because the American presence helps keep Qatar's rivals, including Saudi Arabia, at a distance, U.S. military officials said. In fact, during Mr. Trump's visit to Qatar this month, he announced that Qatar is now preparing to spend another $10 billion at the airbase there. Mr. Witkoff also has strong personal ties to the Gulf Kingdom that go back several years. Aside from the bailout by Qatar's sovereign wealth fund, Mohammed bin Abdulrahman Al Thani, Qatar's prime minister, attended the wedding of one of Mr. Witkoff's sons. "I have a personal relationship," Sheikh Mohammed said in an interview this year with Tucker Carlson, around the time the plane negotiations were underway, describing his ties to Mr. Witkoff. Ethical and practical complications. The initial reports that Qatar would donate the plane generated an outcry. The plane would be one of the biggest foreign gifts ever received by the U.S. government for use by a specific person, with no plans to seek congressional approval. Democratic lawmakers and good government groups expressed outrage over the substantial ethical issues the plan presented. Mr. Trump insisted that the planned donation was not a personal gift to him, but to the Defense Department, and that it would go to his presidential library after he leaves office. Mr. Trump cited the fact that President Ronald Reagan's library had a decommissioned older model of an Air Force presidential jet on display as precedent for his foundation to take possession of a still operational aircraft. After leaving office, he said, he would not use the plane as a private jet. In response to a request for comment, a Qatari government official, who spoke on condition of anonymity in line with protocol, said that no decision had been made yet about transferring the plane to the United States, and that legal teams at Qatar's defense ministry and the U.S. Defense Department were still reviewing the issue. But no specific terms of the planned deal have been made public, and the ability of a future Trump library to take possession of the plane remains murky. And ethical issues are not the only complication. Even if the terms of the transfer are finalized, current and former Air Force acquisition officials have cautioned that getting the Qatari plane ready to be used by Mr. Trump would not be easy. Boeing has already spent 5 years transforming the standard 747 planes the Pentagon had bought into Air Force One jets, with upgrades including communications capabilities, missile defense systems, and other measures to protect the planes from an electromagnetic pulse that could be caused by a nuclear bomb. Dozens of small cracks in the body of the planes, which are commonly found in the 747-8, the model of the Qatari plane as well, also had been identified and repaired. The Qatari plane has a luxurious interior, but considerable work would be necessary to prepare the plane to serve as a true Air Force One, including ridding the jet of any hidden electronic listening devices and adding advanced communications equipment and specialized systems to protect the plane from a missile attack or other threats. And even if the plane is donated, the cost of those retrofits would be enormous, according to current and former Pentagon officials, at least $1 billion. Mr. Folkrad said preparing the new plane for use by a U.S. president would take years, pushing any chance for Mr. Trump to use it out past 2027. It is ridiculous, Mr. Folkrad said of the idea that the Qatari plane could be a quick fix, adding that the existing Boeing projects could probably be accelerated more. That's a better dollar value than trying to take an airplane from somebody else and trying to make it into a presidential plane. It makes no sense. The Qatari plane is currently in San Antonio, according to photographs of the plane and flight records examined by the Times. No new appropriation for any work on the plane, or to maintain it and supply a crew, has been approved by Congress, which would be sure to scrutinize any deal completed with Qatar. White House officials have said they are considering hiring L3 Harris, a military contractor, to handle the work needed on the Qatari plane, although the source of the money to do this work, or even the total price tag, has not been made public. Mr. Trump could also waive requirements for advanced security systems on the plane, although former Pentagon officials said this would be a mistake, as the plane is an essential part of the nation's military defense during wartime. Sheikh Mohammed, the Qatari Prime Minister, has in recent days defended the move, calling it a routine government-to-government transfer, not unlike military assistance the two nations provide each other. Why would we buy an influence in the United States? Sheikh Mohammed told a CNN reporter, adding, "This friendship needs to be mutually beneficial for both countries." Andrew Hunter, who until January served as Air Force Assistant Secretary supervising the Air Force One effort, said that once the plane was acquired by gift or purchase, it would represent a major new cost for the federal government. Paying for the crew alone of an Air Force One jet costs more than $37 million a year, and the total annual operating cost is $134 million a year, Pentagon documents show. No one other than a nation-state or an airline could afford to operate this plane, Mr. Hunter said. It's wildly expensive. Jonathan Swan contributed reporting from Washington.
Yeah, Trump is just a mess. I was just sitting here listening and thinking to myself that almost nothing that Trump or his minions announce ever winds up happening the way they initially say it's going to happen. This is just, typical Trump. Qatar is going to give us a gift. And then, a week later, the story has totally changed. You find out that it's not exactly how he explained it would be the week before. This administration is just unstable. And I really don't understand why some of the MAGA folks in this space don't seem to notice. It's like Trump is the president for those who are disorganized, and people get pissed off when I point out the obvious. And I'll be honest with you, I enjoy pointing out the obvious, just because I know it hurts. And there will be a time when it's going to be sweet when I say I told you so. But we're not quite there yet. I want to pick my moment. This dude is a train wreck. All right. Well, more Trump stuff. This is basically, I don't know. I haven't heard this story yet, but it's kind of interesting in that, basically, well, I don't know. I don't know whether this is like a conspiracy theory or whether this actually is a thing, but let's hear. They're basically saying that the group behind Project 2025 has a plan to crush the pro-Palestinian movement. And apparently, October 7th was something that was kind of, they had an answer. So
my name is Katie J.M. Baker, and I'm an investigative correspondent for the New York Times. Soon after October 7th, 4 well-connected conservative Israel supporters met on Zoom to talk about what they saw as rising anti-Semitism on college campuses. They wanted to come up with a way to fight back. Out of that came Project Esther. Most people know the Heritage Foundation, which is a conservative think tank, because of Project 2025, which was a proposed blueprint that called for reshaping the federal government and this extreme expansion of presidential power. I read about Project Esther shortly after Heritage published it last fall on the anniversary of October 7th. It was a month before the presidential election and didn't really get a lot of attention in the mainstream press. It's a plan to rapidly dismantle what Heritage calls the, quote, so-called pro-Palestinian movement, unquote, in the United States. And the way it seeks to do that is by labeling a very broad group of critics of Israel and pro-Palestinian advocates in the U.S. as effectively a terrorist support network. So they can be deported, defunded, sued, fired, expelled, and otherwise excluded from what it calls open society. But in Project Esther, it said very explicitly, our hope is that this effort will represent an opportunity for public-private partnership when a willing administration occupies the White House. After Trump was inaugurated, he very quickly released an executive order to combat anti-Semitism. And according to our analysis, since Trump took office, his administration and other Republicans have called for actions that appear to mirror more than half of Project Esther's proposals, such as withholding federal funding for universities and attempting to deport legal residents who have criticized Israel. I think if someone had read Project Esther back when it was published in October, the policies and other ideas outlined within it would have seemed inconceivable to a lot of people. And now reading it, it just seems like what's happening and what we're seeing. I bugged Heritage for weeks asking them to give me an interview. And for this article that I'll be reading for you, I really wanted to know how closely Heritage and the White House were working on Project Esther, if they were working together at all. I made the argument to Heritage that they should be explicit about who was behind this document and how effective it had been. And eventually, I got them to agree and allow me to speak exclusively with a woman named Victoria Coates. She's a former deputy national security advisor to Mr. Trump, and she's the Heritage vice president who oversees Project Esther. Victoria has an unorthodox background for a national security expert. She has 3 degrees in art history, and she's a former academic. And she says that she thinks that the only way to bring universities to heel is to slash their funding. And that has been, of course, something we've seen. The Trump administration has tried to block billions of dollars to some of the nation's top research universities. And I asked Victoria if it was a coincidence that Trump and other Republicans had called for actions mirroring more than half of Project Esther's proposals, or if Heritage was working directly with the Trump administration to help execute Project Esther. She said that I'd have to ask the administration and that she didn't know if anybody had read it. But I spoke with Robert Greenway at Heritage, who I found out is one of the authors of the document. He said that it was no coincidence that we called for a series of actions to take place privately and publicly, and they are now happening. The White House declined to respond for this story, and Heritage has been really clear that they claim they don't know if anyone there has read it. But regardless of whether anybody in the administration has read it or not, or regardless of how closely they're following it, if they have, the fact that Heritage is seeing a lot of what they laid out in Project Esther being put into action is a victory for them. Here's my article. In late April, the Heritage Foundation dispatched a team to Israel to meet with power players in Israeli politics, including the country's foreign and defense secretaries and the U.S. ambassador, Mike Huckabee. The conservative Washington-based think tank is best known for spearheading Project 2025, a proposed blueprint for President Trump's second term that called for reshaping the federal government and an extreme expansion of presidential power. Now the Heritage contingent was in Israel, in part, to discuss another contentious policy paper, Project Esther, the foundation's proposal to rapidly dismantle the pro-Palestinian movement in the United States, along with its support at schools and universities, at progressive organizations, and in Congress. Drafted in the wake of Hamas's attack on Israel in 2023 and the mounting protests against the war in Gaza, Project Esther outlined an ambitious plan to fight anti-Semitism by branding a broad range of critics of Israel as effectively a terrorist support network, so that they could be deported, defunded, sued, fired, expelled, ostracized, and otherwise excluded from what it considered open society. Project Esther's architects envisioned outcomes that at the time might have seemed far-fetched. Curriculum it believed to be sympathetic to a Hamas support narrative would be taken out of schools and universities, and supporting faculty would be removed. Social media would be purged of content deemed to be anti-Semitic. Institutions would lose public funding. Foreign students who pushed for Palestinian rights would have their visas revoked or be deported. Once a sympathetic presidential administration was in place, the plan said, we will organize rapidly, take immediate action to stop the bleeding, and achieve all objectives within 2 years. Now, 4 months after Mr. Trump took office, Heritage Foundation leaders are taking an early victory lap. Since the inauguration, the White House and other Republicans have called for actions that appear to mirror more than half of Project Esther's proposals, a New York Times analysis shows, including threats to withhold billions in federal funding at universities and attempts to deport legal residents. In interviews with the Times, the Heritage Foundation's first public comment since Mr. Trump took office about its blueprint for shaping U.S. public opinion on Israel, Project Esther's architects said there were clear parallels between their plan and recent actions against universities and pro-Palestinian demonstrators on both a state and a federal level. The phase we're in now is starting to execute some of the lines of effort in terms of legislative, legal, and financial penalties for what we consider to be material support for terrorism, said Victoria Coates, a former deputy national security advisor to Mr. Trump and the vice president at Heritage who oversees Project Esther. Heritage officials said they did not know whether the White House, which has its own anti-Semitism task force, had used Project Esther as a guide. Administration officials declined to discuss it. But Robert Greenway, a Heritage National Security Director who co-authored Project Esther, said it was no coincidence that we called for a series of actions to take place privately and publicly, and they are now happening. Until now, key details about Project Esther, including the identities of its authors, had not been widely disclosed. The Times reviewed confidential records preceding Project Esther's release and interviewed Heritage employees, members of the task force that inspired the blueprint, and others associated with the initiative to present a clearer understanding of Project Esther's genesis, aims, and impact. Republican and Democratic administrations alike have long supported and funded Israel as a crucial ally, and there have been bipartisan efforts to counter criticism of Israel by labeling a range of speech and organizing in support of Palestinian rights as support for terrorism. But Project Esther aims to go further, equating actions such as participating in pro-Palestinian campus protests with providing material support for terrorism, a broad legal construct that can lead to prison time, deportations, civil penalties, and other serious consequences. Project Esther changed the paradigm by associating anybody who opposes Israeli policies with the Hamas support network, said Jonathan Jacoby, the national director of the Nexus Project, a watchdog group that works to combat anti-Semitism and protect open debate. It's no longer about ideology or politics. It's about terrorism and threats to American national security. Heritage describes Project Esther as a groundbreaking national strategy to fight anti-Semitism that aims not to censor opinions, but to hold people it deems to be supporters of Hamas, a designated terrorist group, responsible for their actions. But critics such as Mr. Jacoby say the think tank is exploiting real concerns about anti-Semitism to advance its broader agenda of radically reshaping higher education and crushing progressive movements more generally. Project Esther exclusively focuses on anti-Semitism from the left, ignoring anti-Semitic harassment and violence from the right. It has drawn criticism from many Jewish organizations amid increasing calls for them to push back against the Trump administration. Trump is pulling straight from the authoritarian playbook, using tools of repression first against those organizing for Palestinian rights, said Stephanie Fox, the executive director of Jewish Voice for Peace, and in so doing, sharpening those tools for use against anyone and everyone who challenges his fascist agenda. Her group is one of those described by Project Esther as a Hamas support organization, or an HSO, a label Ms. Fox strongly rejected. An open letter from 36 former leaders of major Jewish establishment groups, including a former national chair of the Anti-Defamation League, recently warned that a range of actors are using a purported concern about Jewish safety as a cudgel to weaken higher education, due process, checks and balances, freedom of speech, and the press. It called on Jewish leaders and institutions to resist the exploitation of Jewish fears and publicly join with other organizations that are battling to preserve the guardrails of democracy. The months following the Hamas attack on Israel on October 7, 2023, and the subsequent war in Gaza saw college campuses descend into a state of chaotic division and turmoil, with endless protests and counter-protests. Pro-Palestinian advocates called for an end to the Israeli occupation and its retaliatory war campaign, while supporters of Israel defended the country's right to self-defense and said that they were harassed by their classmates and didn't feel safe on campuses. Soon after, 4 well-connected, conservative supporters of Israel met virtually to address these events. Only one was Jewish, Eli Kohanim, Mr. Trump's former anti-Semitism envoy. She said she was grateful when the 3 men reached out to her and affectionately called them her Christian friends. 2 were leaders of Christian Zionist groups, Luke Moon, executive director of the Philos Project, and Mario Bromnik, the president of the Latino Coalition for Israel and an evangelical advisor to Mr. Trump. The 4th was James Carafano, senior counselor to the president at the Heritage Foundation. Some evangelical Christians have increasingly aligned themselves with conservative political forces in Israel, supporting their claims of biblical dominion over contested Palestinian territories. Many feel a kinship with Israel because of shared religious heritage, but some also believe that supporting Israel will hasten biblical end times or advance Christianity's global influence. The think tank, which has influenced Republican presidential administrations since the Reagan era, has long supported Israel. In recent years, the support took on a new dimension, as the foundation blamed the diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives that gained prominence after George Floyd's murder in May 2020, along with other progressive movements, for rising reports of anti-Semitism on campuses. The Biden administration had already released what it called the first national strategy to combat anti-Semitism, vowing to address the issue. The ADL counted over 9,000 anti-Semitic incidents across the United States in 2024, the highest number on record since it began tracking them 46 years ago. But the group decided to begin their own national task force and released a statement of purpose that affirmed a definition of anti-Semitism that is hotly debated because it considers some broad criticisms of Israel to be anti-Semitic. Dozens of groups joined the task force, but an overwhelming number had something in common, Mr. Carafano said during a January 2024 meeting. They weren't Jewish. A short list of initial members that Heritage posted online consisted mainly of conservative and Christian organizations. Heritage built on the task force's recommendations to write Project Esther, which is named in honor of the biblical queen who is celebrated for saving the Jewish people. By summer 2024, Heritage had finalized a national strategy that aimed to convince the public to perceive the pro-Palestinian movement in the United States as part of a global Hamas support network that poses a threat not simply to American Jewry, but to America itself. It singled out anti-Zionist groups that had organized pro-Palestinian protests, such as Jewish Voice for Peace and Students for Justice in Palestine. But the intended targets stretched much further. In pitch materials for potential donors, Heritage presented an illustration of a pyramid topped by progressive elites leading the way, which included Jewish billionaires such as the philanthropist George Soros and Governor J.B. Pritzker of Illinois. It asserted that philanthropic organizations such as the Tides Foundation and the Rockefeller Brothers Fund were backing the anti-Semitism ecosystem. Later, the Heritage Foundation added the names of what it called aligned politicians, such as Senators Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren. The pitch materials, which were first reported on by The Forward, included goals such as reforming academia, defunding institutions, denying certain pro-Palestinian groups access to campuses, and removing faculty, and lawfare, filing civil lawsuits, identifying foreigners vulnerable to deportation. Other initiatives included plans to enlist support from state and local law enforcement and to generate uncomfortable conditions so that groups could not conduct protests. Ms. Coates said that her colleagues Mr. Greenway and Daniel Flesch were the co-authors of Project Esther. Mr. Greenway, a former senior National Security Council official, previously ran the Abraham Accords Peace Institute, a nonprofit founded by Jared Kushner that sought to normalize relations between Israel and other Middle Eastern countries. Mr. Flesch is a policy analyst at the foundation who has written about his experience as an American Jew who served in the Israeli Defense Forces. Project Esther also benefited from a private advisory committee that included unnamed former National Security Council members from the first Trump administration, Ms. Coates said. Their experience created a more compelling product and gave the plan a lot more grip and substance than we would have had otherwise, she said. Ms. Coates holds 3 degrees in Italian Renaissance art history and planned on being a professional academic until she grew uncomfortable with what she has described as a very noxious anti-Western worldview at her alma mater, the University of Pennsylvania. Blogging about missile defense led to a job for former Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld, and then roles with other Republican politicians, before she joined Mr. Trump's transition team and held various national security roles in his first administration. 2 months before October 7th, Ms. Coates became the vice president of a division of Heritage that focuses on foreign policy and national security. But her interest in Israel and in fighting anti-Semitism long predated that role, she said. She traces it back to her grandfather, who fought in the D-Day invasion during World War II. "I come from a line of Nazi hunters," she said. In her recently published book, The Battle for the Jewish State, Ms. Coates, who described herself as a Christian and a religious person, wrote that the biblical values on which our civilization rests have always promoted an alliance between Christians and Jews. But she said her views on Israel were based on an America First approach that recognizes Israel's role in bolstering America's security interests in the Middle East. She has visited Israel so often that she has no idea how many times she's been there, she has said. Her office features a collection of Israeli Prime Minister figurines. In December, a little-known nonprofit that promotes foreign policy discourse on college campuses hosted Ms. Coates to speak about her new book. She revealed her own perspective on how the tactic of slashing federal funding to universities could be used to help bring them to heel. "As a former academic, I can tell you the one thing they care more about than parking spaces is federal funding," she said. The viciousness with which the other elements of the faculty will turn on the law schools and the Middle East studies folks, she added. The gloves will come off very quickly. The next month, Mr. Trump was inaugurated. His administration unfurled a series of directives, some of which closely resembled some of the actionable steps outlined in Project Esther. Administration officials moved to revoke student visas and deport activists who had criticized Israel. They began monitoring immigrants and visa applicants' social media. They sought to withhold billions of dollars in grants to some of the country's most prestigious research universities. They ordered an investigation of student protesters at Columbia University and reportedly planned to share that information with immigration agents. Despite acknowledging Heritage's regular meetings with the administration and members of Congress, employees at the foundation said they didn't know if White House officials had acted on their recommendations or had just come to the same conclusions about what needed to be done. "I don't think it's a great leap to look at the changing landscape since Esther came out, and to look at the actions that Esther calls for, and to look at them taking place," Mr. Greenway said. "But it's not our place, and not really our purpose, to take credit for the actions that others are taking." In line with Project Esther's calls for state-level actions and public-private partnerships, a wider campaign is also underway. Heritage Action, the think tank's grassroots advocacy arm, is helping states pass legislation that penalizes those who support boycotts against Israel. It has encouraged civil litigation as law firms have filed suits accusing various people and organizations of collaborating with Hamas. And Ms. Coates pointed to Heritage's increased presence in Israel, a country which, Ms. Coates said when she was there recently, deserves a peace prize for what they've done over the course of the last year. Foundation employees were in Israel primarily to discuss Heritage's new U.S.-Israel strategy, a copy of which, she said, they personally handed to Ron Dermer, Israel's Minister of Strategic Affairs. But they also discussed Project Esther and concern over a decline in Israel's public image among younger Americans, a trend that has accelerated since October 7th. It is reassuring for Israelis to hear that the largest conservative think tank in the United States is on the case, Ms. Coates said. Project Esther accuses America's Jewish community of complacency. There are multiple Jewish nonprofits that are dedicated to fighting anti-Semitism, and yet here we are today, said Ms. Kohanim, the task force's sole Jewish co-chair. Not everyone who Heritage hoped would join the cause felt comfortable doing so, including prominent Jewish and Christian Zionist organizations that members of the foundation assumed would be allies. 3 people from such groups told The Times they did not want to associate with the plan because they found its failure to consider right-wing acts of anti-Semitism too partisan. Ms. Coates acknowledged that anti-Semitism was also a problem on the right and said that was why it was important for the Heritage Foundation to lead by example with Project Esther. Our goal is to eradicate, or not eradicate, but to confront what we consider a very noxious bigotry, she said. But she and others at the Heritage Foundation also contend that the progressive groups that Project Esther charges with supporting Hamas pose a threat not just to Jewish people or Israel, but, as the plan warns, to the foundations of the United States and the fabric of our society. This isn't just a battle for the Jewish state, Ms. Coates told our audience in December. It is also a battle for the United States. This article was read by Katie J.M. Baker and produced by Jack Disidoro. Thanks for listening.
Yeah, so Kelvin, that actually was the reporter. So yeah, she's kind of cute. So my only comment about this is that what if the Heritage Foundation basically took the same approach to eradicate anti-Black racism? America's a curious place. So I guess maybe that's why we ought to. Maybe that's why the anti-Blacks are so into why can't we be like Jews? Maybe if we were like Jews, we would get a whole conservative think tank battling the Be Braves of the world. So, all right, well, let's move on to the next story. You know, reading all these stories about Trump administration policies and just MAGA and the far right, it's just not really the best way to start your day. You know, kind of puts a damper on a good morning. But, you know, somebody's got to do it. So this next story, probably should have covered this at the beginning of the broadcast, but Trump's clash with the courts raises prospect of showdown over separation of powers. Yeah, I kind of feel the looming showdown coming myself. So I guess I'm going to have to read this. Unfortunately, there is no embedded AI. It says here, this is Dateline is Denver. Tucked deep in the 1,000+ pages of the multi-trillion-dollar budget bill making its way through the Republican-controlled U.S. House is a paragraph curtailing a court's greatest tool for forcing the government to obey its rulings, the power to enforce contempt findings. It's unclear whether the bill can pass the House in its current form. It failed in a committee vote last Friday. Whether the U.S. Senate would preserve the contempt provision or whether courts would uphold it. But the fact that GOP lawmakers are including it shows how much those in power in the nation's capital are thinking about the consequences of defying judges as the battle between the Trump administration and the courts escalates. Republican President Donald Trump raised the stakes again Friday when he attacked the U.S. Supreme Court for its ruling barring his administration from quickly resuming deportations under the 18th century wartime law. The Supreme Court won't allow us to get criminals out of our country, Trump posted on his social media network, Truth Social. Trump versus the district courts. Most intense skirmishes have come in the lower courts. I'm not going to read this paragraph. Basically, the Trump administration has been at war with district courts for doing nationwide injunctions. We listened to that Supreme Court case last, was it Thursday or Wednesday of last week, where the Solicitor General talked about district courts and and nationwide injunctions. And again, it was Ketanji Brown Jackson who had the best take on it, in my opinion. It just depends, if a law is being broken or not followed or, something like that, and it's a federal law, well, you have to it's a de facto. If you say don't break the law, that is a de facto nationwide injunction. So if the deportations are breaking the law, you have no choice but to do a nationwide injunction because the law affects the whole country. So I don't know why it's so hard for MAGA to understand this. So let's see. What is contempt of court? Courts can hold parties to civil litigation or criminal cases in contempt for disobeying their orders. And I guess who do you hold in contempt if you don't bring folks back that you accidentally deported? That's actually a problem. And if you'll also remember, Alabama, the Supreme Court ruled against Alabama the way they drew their congressional districts. This is a few years ago now, and Alabama just didn't do what the Supreme Court mandated they do. So Trump isn't the first to, want to bristle and not listen to the courts. It's been happening for quite some time, and people bring up Andrew Jackson way back when. I guess it was the 1830s when the Supreme Court ruled against him. I think it was a national bank that he thought should be unconstitutional or just shouldn't exist. The Supreme Court went against him, and he basically made that statement about, let them enforce it. Supreme Court has no enforcement arm. So I actually kind of look forward to that conflict. What is Trump going to do when the Supreme Court basically says, for instance, that he has to bring the people that were mistakenly deported to El Salvador? What's he gonna do when the Supreme Court says you got to bring them back? And it's going to go back to what I said, before. Trump announces he's going to do something, and a week later, it's either reversed or significantly changed. This guy's just erratic and cannot do what he says he's going to do. And it flabbergasts me that the Trump voters don't notice how erratic he is. You know, if he says he's going to do something these days in this first few months, it's a coin flip whether it actually gets done or not. So let's move on to this. This is an essay. Again, it's kind of in the theme of today's stories. It says post-liberal Christian academics want a religious coup to replace America's constitutional liberalism. And, you know, it's like people who want to get rid of liberalism, you know, basically the Constitution, the democracy, the republic part of it. Take a number, because there are a number of different groups on the right who are vying for power right now. You know, the tech bros want to take over America too. So wait your turn, Christians. So let's see here.
/chairman/newsroom/
So let's we'll go ahead and listen to this. I'm not sure how long this is. It's not that long.
Post-liberal Christian academics want a religious coup to replace America's constitutional liberalism. They see Trump as a Constantine-like figure who can help them take over America. By Jerome Kopolsky. Printed below is an excerpt from American Heretics, Religious Adversaries of Liberal Order by Jerome E. Kopolsky, Research Fellow at the Berkeley Center for Religion, Peace and World Affairs, and from 2016 to 2017 Senior Advisor at the U.S. Department of State's Office of Religion and Global Affairs. Kopolsky's American Heretics is a rich yet highly readable account of the religious critics of American liberal democracy from the Revolutionary period to today. The Constitution promises liberty to all within its reach, a liberty that includes certain specific rights that allow persons within a lawful realm to define and express their identity, announced Justice Anthony Kennedy at the opening of his majority opinion in Obergefell v. Hodges, 2015. Recognizing the constitutional right for same-sex couples to marry with equal dignity in the eyes of the law, and receive the legal and material benefits that flow from government recognition of the relationship. The nation's pivot to support for same-sex marriage was swift and, for religious conservatives, jarring. With Obergefell, some feared that their decades-long culture war might be a lost cause. In their eyes, the decision did not merely announce an expansion of rights to gays and lesbians, providing legal sanction to a lifestyle they deemed sinful, but amounted to the remaking or destruction of the very institution of marriage, premised on a novel understanding of human nature and the purpose of the family. The legal protection of homosexual marriage, aside from its increased social acceptance and widespread cultural celebration, effectively announced the United States as a post-Christian, even anti-Christian, order and portended the persecution of the faithful. The expected election of Hillary Clinton in 2016 would solidify that liberal triumph and ensure civilizational collapse. The Benedict option. He conservative editor and commentator Rod Dreher suggested that the common culture, insofar as we have one, is so far gone into decadence and individualism that the only sensible thing for us to do is to strategically retreat from the mainstream to strengthen our Christian commitments and our church communities. For Dreher, same-sex marriage was the decisive battle in the culture war, and the Supreme Court's landmark Obergefell decision became the Waterloo of religious conservatism. He thus pronounced the American culture war concluded with hostile secular nihilism, the victorious and traditional, historical Christianity the defeated. Dreher made his case at length in his best-selling 2017 book, The Benedict Option. The problem wasn't simply the overreach of the courts, but something much deeper and more ingrained. The United States was indeed a secular, liberal Enlightenment polity, and it was founded on the false and dangerous Enlightenment program. The attempt to rely on reason alone to create a secular morality, impose man's natural will upon nature, and unleash the freely choosing individual. The end point of modernity, in Dreyer's recounting, was already announced by Justice Anthony Kennedy in his 1992 decision in Planned Parenthood versus Casey. At the heart of liberty is the right to define one's own concept of existence, of meaning, of the universe, and of the mystery of human life. Dreyer acidly observed that the pronouncement was a celebration of the autonomous, freely choosing individual, finding meaning in no one but himself. Such was the fundamental maxim of our decadent post-Christian era. It heralded the arrival of a new dark age. Decisions like Obergefell were not betrayals of the founding ideas, but really the logical outworking of them. There could be no way to reconcile a truly authentic Christian life with liberal modernity. And so Dreyer proposed a post-liberal project, whereby the truly faithful might engage in a strategic withdrawal. Dreyer dubbed this the Benedict option, elaborating on something the moral philosopher Alasdair MacIntyre wrote at the end of his influential book After Virtue. Lamenting the loss of a moral consensus, MacIntyre suggested that those who endeavored to live serious and ordered lives might choose to establish local forms of community within which civility and the intellectual and moral life can be sustained through the new dark ages which are already upon us. MacIntyre famously closed his meditation with the pronouncement, "We are waiting not for a Godot, but for another, doubtless very different, Saint Benedict." That historical Benedict had instituted a monastic rule, the practical instructions to keep Christian learning and virtues alive as Rome declined. Some 3.5 decades following the initial publication of After Virtue, Dreyer had come forth as that new Benedict with his own rule, bestowing instructions on how to build such arks in which to wait out the floodwaters that liquid modernity unleashed. American Christians were not to retreat to monasteries, of course, but to establish intentional communities, rooted in theological orthodoxy and shared moral values, ideally situated in remote rural parts of the country, far from the turbulence and temptations of the secular city and the public school system. There they would reside in internal exile in a post-Christian world, prepared for the possibility of marginalization, poverty, and even martyrdom as they awaited the dawn of a new Christendom. Deneen's dreams. The political theorist Patrick J. Deneen arrived at a similar conclusion in his 2018 book, Why Liberalism Failed. Deneen charted the course of liberalism, an abstraction granted almost sinister agency, from its emergence in the 17th century to its fruition in contemporary Western society, a story of success that culminated in moral, social, environmental, and spiritual disaster. The foundations of liberalism, he claimed, were laid by a series of thinkers whose central aim was to disassemble what they concluded were irrational religious and social norms in the pursuit of civil peace that might in turn foster stability and prosperity, and eventually individual liberty of conscience and action. Liberals and pre-liberals such as Francis Bacon and Thomas Hobbes set out to remake the world according to a new and false anthropology. They conceived of human beings as rights-bearing individuals who could fashion and pursue for themselves their own version of the good life. But they really aspired to free the individual from authority, culture, and tradition, even human nature itself. Liberalism undermined all the bonds of human solidarity that had been forged over time by the family, the church, and the whole range of social associations and institutions embedded in localities. In the place of all that, liberalism has produced an increasingly centralized and tyrannical state to protect the radically unencumbered individual's enjoyment of rights, property, and pursuit of consumption. Deneen did not foresee a happy future for the nation, at least in the short term. Mounting frustrations and discontent may at some point bring about the collapse of the liberal order and its replacement by another type of regime. Some form of populist nationalist authoritarianism or military autocracy seems altogether plausible as an answer to the anger and fear of a post-liberal citizenry, Deneen presaged. Deneen hoped some humane alternative might yet emerge from our confusion, but cautioned against seeking political redemption from the degradations of liberalism in some new or repurposed ideology. We must resist the temptation of concocting a political theory that might replace liberalism. Instead, we must gird ourselves to pass through liberalism as a damaging but necessary stage of human history and try to build on its accomplishments even as we learn from its failures. In the meantime, we might find solace in the remnants of orthodox religious traditions and in the founding, not of a new political regime, but of alternative communities and new cultures that will live outside the gathering wreckage of liberalism's twilight years. Deneen understood that America was founded as a liberal regime, by and for a broadly Protestant people. It was, he remarked elsewhere, essentially the first Protestant nation. Yet he appeared reluctant to acknowledge that liberalism, the secular regime it imagines, its commitments to human dignity and freedom, and its unceasing project of progress, is in some way an outgrowth of Christian ideals. Nor did he appear to grant that liberals, too, have families and friendships, join religious organizations and civil associations, forge deep bonds of solidarity, and participate in all sorts of projects aimed at some conception of a common good. Common good constitutionalism. In an influential review of why liberalism failed, Harvard law professor Adrian Vermeule praised Deneen's diagnosis of the problem, but suggested his proposed remedy was inadequate. Vermeule was dissatisfied with Deneen's advocacy of a tactical retreat to a vague communitarian localism. An expert in administrative law whose own spiritual journey had brought him to Rome, Vermeule pitched a more audacious proposal that he believed to be more consistent with Deneen's own argument. A quiet coup against the liberal imperium. He suggested that motivated and well-trained post-liberal elites, rather than retreat from the world or try to build democratic majorities to reshape policy, ought to strategically locate themselves within liberal institutions and work to undo the liberalism of the state from within, and then use the machinery of the administrative state to impose upon the country their substantive comprehensive theory of the good. Vermeule's point was that there was no need to withdraw to enclaves or dream of building a new order from scratch when they could deploy the administrative state and bureaucracy that liberalism had constructed as the great instrument with which to restore a substantive politics of the good. A few years later, in a provocative essay appearing in The Atlantic, soon expanded into a short book, post-liberalism's leading legal mind articulated a constitutional doctrine to legitimate such a future takeover of the American state. What Vermeule was proposing was closer to the progressive notion of a living constitution, its meaning ever evolving as judges adapt its fundamental principles in light of new problems and changing attitudes. But progressives, he observed, were aiming at the wrong end, namely, the relentless expansion of individual autonomy, a substantive moral conservatism, or a liberal legalism, not enslaved to the original meaning of the Constitution and liberated from the left liberals' overarching sacramental narrative. By contrast, would be based on the principles that government helps direct persons, associations, and society generally toward the common good, and that strong rule in the interest of attaining the common good is entirely legitimate. Rather than advise anti-liberal traditionalists to take flight from the battle and withdraw into an impotent localism, Vermeule proposed they use the force of the law, enthused and well-placed bureaucrats of the administrative state, and a powerful executive to orient the polis toward his conception of the common good. This counterliberal proposal was, in short, a call for an American rallyment to infiltrate and transform the liberal regime over time into a fully Catholic one, taking over the state bureaucracy and sidestepping democratically elected representatives, so that it might rightly reorient its citizens. Not long after Why Liberalism Failed came out, Deneen realized that the collapse of the liberal order he believed to be inevitable was happening more quickly than he had previously envisaged. To overcome the disintegration brought about by liberalism, Deneen called for a restoration of Christendom. The Savior and the Strongman. As they prophesied the advent of some postmodern, post-liberal Christendom, a restoration of the ordered community of tradition, that will rescue us from an unbounded yet ultimately unfree liberal order, and as they labor from their professorates to inspire and forge a virtuous new elite to go out and capture the institutions of cultural and political power, America's integralists not only reject liberalism, but dream to overcome the situation of religious pluralism that liberalism tries to manage. Today's widespread yearning for a strong leader, one with the will to take back popular control over liberalism's forms of bureaucratized government and globalized economy, Professor Deneen mused near the beginning of Why Liberalism Failed, comes after decades of liberal dismantling of cultural norms and political habits essential to self-governance. Toward the end of the book, he warned that liberalism itself seems likely to generate demotic demands for an illiberal autocrat who promises to protect the people against the vagaries of liberalism itself. Those who struggle to resist its onslaught will clamor for a strongman who would wrest control of the regime, drain the swamp, vindicate their values, and safeguard their way of life. Or at the least would own the libs, as they say. Liberalism, he darkly prophesied, will in the end be demolished by authoritarian backlash to its success. As it turned out, it would be Donald J. Trump, whose very brand had for years been gold-plated decadence, who emerged as the avatar of populist resentments and conservative Christian hopes. Already a celebrity businessman, Trump achieved political notice and notoriety as a purveyor of the racially charged birther conspiracy theory, and on the campaign trail he demonstrated an uncanny ability to tap into deep veins of populist anger and distrust of elites, experts, the deep state, and so forth, and secure the devotion and loyalty of millions of heretofore values voters. His political rallies were likened to old-time revival meetings. He spoke to his supporters like a televangelist to his network flock. The slogan he chose for his movement, his political raison d'etre, "Make America Great Again," is a restorationist sentiment. It was complemented by his vow to put America first. The long-aggrieved would have their hopes fulfilled and fearful Christians their rights protected by the edicts of a charismatic strongman. Christianity will have power, the candidate told an audience in 2016. If I'm there, you're going to have plenty of power. You don't need anybody else. Instructed to regard the tussle of politics as spiritual warfare, a contest between the supernatural forces of good and evil, Christian Trumpists saw the election as a miracle. The unlikely president a providentially given instrument to shatter their enemies and restore an imagined Christian America. Ho's books advocating a strategic withdrawal now seemed untimely. The advent of Trump and the enduring spirit of MAGA suggested that reconquest was possible. Why build arcs when you can command battleships? Why endure the liberal American order when you can found a better one? Perhaps we await not a new Saint Benedict but another, doubtless very different, Emperor Constantine. Perhaps it should not be surprising that those who had soured on liberal democracy found themselves favorably disposed to political leaders willing to champion traditional Christian values and impose policies reflecting them through a liberal means if need be. Thanks for reading The Unpopulist. Subscribe for free to support our project. This excerpt is from American Heretics, written by Jerome E. Kopolsky, which was released in October by Yale University Press. It is reprinted here with their permission. Follow us on Blue Sky, Threads, YouTube, TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and X. We welcome your reactions and replies. Please adhere to our comments policy.
Yeah, well, all I have to say is that I guess these sorts of Christian fundamentalists are inclined to believe or have faith in things that actually don't exist. America was basically founded with a wall between religion and state for a reason. And that reason was at the very beginning of the country, there were Christians that were inclined to choose. It used to be places like Virginia and Maryland would pick a quote state religion. And these factions would basically, like if the Anglicans were in charge of Virginia, they would charge the Baptist taxes. You basically, it was almost like the Ottoman Empire used to do. You could be any religion you wanted as long as you paid, you paid the tax. And there's a name for it, and I can't think of it. Maybe somebody in the chat will know. But basically, what you have when you make religion a state, something that a state sponsors, like a theocracy, is you are inviting turmoil, you are inviting terrorism, you are inviting a religious war. Okay, if the Christian nationalists come into power and quote take over the country, Well, what do you think's going to happen to the Muslims and the Catholics? And, just we don't need to have religion and state mixing. I don't really give a shit what Patrick Deneen and folks like that. Never read Patrick Deneen, but I know of his work. And you know what? That's all good and great. Go live in the Vatican if you really want that sort of religious state. It does not work. And these guys, America's not going to go for that. So, I appreciate their faith. They are used to believing in things they can't see. And Christians taking over America is going to be one of those things you just have faith in, but it's not going to happen. Supreme Court issued order on Monday agreeing that Trump and yeah, I've already covered that story, J-Dub. So if you want to if you want to go back and have a look at it, as a matter of fact, Dennis Sperling had something to say about it. The Venezuelans, basically, they went out and went all in for Trump, and now Trump is just basically deporting them. So I definitely covered that already. So yeah, I'm looking at the Federalist now. I know what the Federalist Society is. Is this their newspaper? Looks like something that's totally different, but their thing here is SCOTUS's oral argument and nationwide injunction case illustrates court's coup against Trump. Yeah, this newspaper thinks that the Supreme Court is adversarial to Trump instead of a check or a balance. So, yep, we've covered the Venezuelans. Let's see, where was I? It actually kind of surprised me that the Supreme Court supported that, because I think the Ninth District judge actually had a good point. The Department of Homeland Security secretary does not have the authority to rescind the law. So it's really just a political persuasion. Who are you? Literally, I think that district judge had as good an argument as the Supreme Court. It's just that the Supreme Court is the Supreme Court and they have the final say. So, and the Supreme Court didn't write anything. They just made the decision without comment. So, we will never know. So we're going to move on. Few stories here. Biden diagnosis draws well wishes, questions, and conspiracy theories. This Biden thing, his health and his, mental, acuities, he has just been a disaster. And it's like, it just keeps getting worse. But this is what happens when you don't have transparency. And we really need to stop electing these geriatrics, into office.
This news story was written by Naftali Ben-David, Matt Visor, Joel Achenbach, and Patrick Svitek. Biden diagnosis draws well wishes, questions, and conspiracy theories. The range of reactions to his prostate cancer revelation reflects today's harsh political environment, as well as revived discussions about Biden's health as he sought a second term. When a former president receives a serious medical diagnosis, the traditional response has been to set aside political differences, offer warm praise, and wish the individual a speedy recovery and complete return to health. In many cases, That's exactly what happened Sunday after former President Joe Biden disclosed that he has an aggressive form of prostate cancer. President Donald Trump, who has repeatedly attacked Biden since taking office, wished Biden a fast and successful recovery. But in a reflection of today's harsh political environment and reignited questions over Biden's health during his re-election campaign and his inner circle's handling of the situation, some Republicans and right-wing activists wasted little time asserting, without evidence, that Biden and his circle covered up the diagnosis. Trump, speaking in the Oval Office on Monday, said the diagnosis was very sad, actually, and that he felt badly about it. But he also questioned why it wasn't caught earlier. That test is standard to pretty much anybody getting a physical, a good physical, he said. We had the doctors at the White House and over at Walter Reed, which is a fantastic hospital. I do it. I did a very complete physical, including cognitive tests. Trump inaccurately referred to Biden's diagnosis as stage 9, an apparent reference to a pathology report giving his cancer a Gleason score of 9 on a scale that rises to 10 and indicates an aggressive cancer. Trump also questioned Biden's cognitive ability. If you take a look, it's the same doctor that said that Joe was cognitively fine. There was nothing wrong with him, Trump said. If it's the same doctor who said there was nothing wrong there, that's being proven to be a sad situation. The doctor said he's just fine, and it's turned out that's not so. It's very dangerous. Unbelievable this was missed. But the truth is, his physician was more concerned about assisting with the political cover-up than providing world-class medical care. Representative Ronnie Jackson, Republican Texas, posted on social media Sunday night. Jackson was himself White House physician to President Barack Obama, as well as Trump. He drew attention in 2018 for an effusive report on Trump's condition, saying the president had done exceedingly well on a cognitive exam and had incredible genes. The varying messages emerged as Biden thanked Americans on Monday for their love and support. Cancer touches us all, Biden wrote on X in his first public comment about the diagnosis. Like so many of you, Jill and I have learned that we are strongest in the broken places. Thank you for lifting us up with love and support. Biden shared a picture of himself seated with former First Lady Jill Biden and their cat, Willow. His cancer diagnosis renewed debate about who should receive annual screenings and at what age for signs of the disease. Prostate cancer specialists told the Washington Post that it is not unusual for someone Biden's age to skip screening for prostate-specific antigen, PSA, which, when elevated, can indicate a higher risk of prostate cancer. The U.S. Preventive Services Task Force, which makes medical recommendations about preventive services such as screenings, explicitly recommends against PSA screening in men 70 years and older. For men ages 55 to 69, the decision should be an individual one, it says. The guidelines note that many men will experience potential harms of screening, including false positive results that require additional testing and possible prostate biopsy, overdiagnosis and overtreatment, and treatment complications, such as incontinence and erectile dysfunction. Biden's prognosis depends on many factors that are not known publicly, said William DeHoot, Chief Scientific Officer of the American Cancer Society. That includes the degree to which the cancer has spread into the bones and whether it has reached organs such as the liver, DeHoot said. Ezekiel J. Emanuel, an oncologist and professor at the University of Pennsylvania who served on a COVID-19 advisory board for Biden, said on MSNBC on Monday that Biden probably had the cancer at the start of his presidency in 2021 because the former president did not develop it in the last 100-200 days. Emanuel said later in an interview with The Post that the point he was trying to make is that the kind of cancer Biden had was present during his time in office, because this kind of cancer doesn't develop overnight. I didn't say that there was a conspiracy, Emanuel said. I was very clear that he did have cancer, that's a fact. That he knew or didn't know, I don't know and they don't know. Emanuel added that he should have clarified that his point doesn't mean the president knew he had cancer. Oncologists specializing in prostate cancer said even aggressive cancers can appear suddenly or without symptoms. It's certainly possible for more aggressive, advanced cancers to develop in a setting with low PSA or develop and spread rather quickly, On the order of less than a year, said Jason F. Stathew, a prostate radiation oncologist at Mass General Brigham. Biden's life and political career has been defined by both tragedy and triumph. His longtime aide and confidant Ted Kaufman has often described him as the luckiest and the unluckiest person I've met. And the news on Sunday reverberated around the universe of former Biden aides. The first thing he wanted to know when I was diagnosed was I happy with my doctors? Was I getting the advice I needed? Said T.J. Ducklow, a Biden aide who during the 2020 presidential campaign was treated for stage 4 lung cancer. He right away jumps at that. Many of the responses Sunday and Monday, from Republicans and Democrats alike, were in a supportive vein. This is certainly sad news, and the Johnson family will be joining the countless others who are praying for the former president in the wake of his diagnosis. House Speaker Mike Johnson, Republican Louisiana, posted on Sunday night, but some took a different tone. Donald Trump Jr., the president's son, posted an accusatory message just hours after Biden's diagnosis became public, suggesting the Biden family hid his condition. What I want to know is, how did Dr. Jill Biden miss stage 5 metastatic cancer? Or is this yet another cover-up? He wrote. Former First Lady Jill Biden has a doctorate in education but is not a medical doctor. Trump's supporters often mocked her for using the honorific when the Bidens were in the White House. Some of the criticism has focused on Biden's last medical report as president, in February 2024, when his physician declared Biden in good health and cited no prostate issues. Some conservatives say that exams should have picked up Biden's cancer, so either it wasn't performed or the White House is covering it up. Is Team Biden accusing the WH physician of malpractice? Or just lying? Again, conservative radio host Hugh Hewitt wrote on social media. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt on Monday reiterated Trump's supportive comments about Biden from Sunday night. She said that the two men had not spoken, but that Trump would be open to doing that. Asked whether Trump was concerned about the quality of the White House physicians and whether they should have caught the diagnosis sooner, she said, "Not as far as President Trump is concerned. The White House physician we have here is phenomenal. To the best of my understanding," Leavitt added, Trump, who is 78, is regularly screened for prostate cancer in his medical evaluations. His latest report, released in April, included a prostate-specific antigen level of 0.10 ng/ml, well below any levels indicating a prostate cancer risk. For years, Trump and some of his prominent allies have been quick to embrace and spread conspiracy theories about political opponents, giving them a particular resonance with his supporters, said Joseph Ushinsky, a political scientist at the University of Miami. People who have a conspiratorial worldview or who don't like Biden for whatever reason will not trust information about Biden, and they will come up with their own explanations, said Ushinsky, who studies conspiracy theories. But the situation has been complicated by renewed accusations that Biden's team covered up his cognitive decline as he pushed ahead with re-election. That charge is leveled in several new books, including Original Sin, President Biden's Decline, Its Cover-Up, and His Disastrous Choice to Run Again, by Jake Tapper and Alex Thompson. Original Sin is scheduled to publish Tuesday, but now it will appear in a suddenly altered landscape. The last few days have amounted to a striking sequence of events for the 82-year-old Biden, who is in the twilight of a long career after ceding the White House 4 months ago to a rival whose ouster was his stated reason for running for president. Biden received the diagnosis of aggressive prostate cancer on Friday, his office said. That evening, Axios published an excerpt from Biden's 2023 interview with special counsel Robert K. Hur, in which Biden speaks haltingly, including a digression about Beau's death. In 2017, Beau had passed and, "This is personal," Biden can be heard saying. "I know you're all close with your sons and daughters, but Beau was like my right arm and Hunter was my left." Hunter is Biden's younger son. Biden's office announced his diagnosis on Sunday night, saying it represents a more aggressive form of cancer, but that it appears to be sensitive to hormone therapy, allowing for effective management. Some Republicans on Monday were trying to find a balance between wishing Biden well and continuing their attacks on his party. Vice President J.D. Vance said he wished Biden the best of health, but argued it was still fair to question whether his advisors hid his condition. Whether the right time to have this conversation is now or at some point in the future, we really do need to be honest about whether the former president was capable of doing the job, Vance told reporters aboard Air Force Two. You can separate the desire for him to have the right health outcome with a recognition that whether it was doctors or whether there were staffers, I don't think he was able to do a good job for the American people, he added. Dan Merica and Ariana Unjung Cha contributed to this report.
Yeah, well, Biden and his health are just like, I don't get it. But he is out of office, so that's pretty much all I can say. Really, other than sympathy, I really don't know how it serves any purpose to wonder, whether we knew it earlier or not. The results speak for themselves. Trump is in office, and Don Jr. is just pissed off because he just recently got compared to Hunter Biden. So this next one I just heard about this morning. I guess the Biden news kind of prompted this. Apparently, Scott Adams has the same type of cancer, except he's farther along. And there's a newspaper article in the Washington Post about it, but I just went ahead and clicked the link for this video. So it's about 42 minutes long. Don't know that we're going to listen to the whole thing, but for those on the far right who are Scott Adams fans, I figured I'd owe it to you to let you know that Scott Adams is sick. I'll let him give the details.
Don't check your stocks. Do not check your stocks today. It wouldn't be a good day to do that. But let's get the comments working. All right.
Well, I don't know. I thought.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the highlight of human civilization. It's called Coffee with Scott Adams, and you've never had a better time. But if you'd like to take a chance on taking it up to another level, all you need is a copper bottle. You'd think I would have memorized this by now. A copper, a mug, or a glass, a tankard, chalice, stein, a canteen, jug, or flask, a vessel of any kind. Fill it with your favorite liquid. I like coffee. And join me now for the unparalleled pleasure of the dopamine of the day. The thing that makes everything better is called the simultaneous sip. And it happens right now. Go. Tremendous. Incredible. All right, well, big story of the day. You may have heard that Joe Biden has prostate cancer, but it's not the good kind. It's the bad kind. There's something you need to know about prostate cancer. If it's localized and it hasn't left your prostate, it's 100% curable. But if it leaves your prostate and spreads to other parts of your body, in this case, Joe Biden has it in his bones, it is 100% not curable. So it's not curable at all. So I'd like to extend my respect and compassion and sympathy for the ex-president and his family, because they're going to be going through an especially tough time. It's a terrible disease. It's going to get very painful for the president if something else doesn't take him out first, because he's a certain age. One of the things I've been watching is how terrible the public is. And I'll tell you, there's no sympathy for Joe Biden for a lot of people, and it's hard to watch, especially because the public has all decided to become prostate experts. The number of people who have said things that I'm pretty sure are not right is kind of shocking. So, and I have to say that even some of the doctors who have appeared on social media and on the TV, I don't think they're right either. And I'll tell you why in a little bit. But the big question is, how long does it take to go from a clean bill of health to stage 4 prostate cancer? So I heard one doctor say it would take 7 to 10 years or something like that. I don't think that's right. I think there's actually a tremendous variability of how long it takes to go from localized in the prostate and your PSA spikes to, it is spread to your bones. I'll give you some more information about that in a minute. I guess his doctor, Kevin O'Connor, Biden's doctor, said back in August of 2024, said that he had a clean bill of health and he was just looking good. So you might ask yourself, is it possible that he was not showing signs in August of 2024, but that between then and now, that he not only showed signs, but that it had spread to his bones? And the answer is, yeah, that's possible. Yeah, I don't think it would be too common, but it's probably possible because I think I spent some time on Grok. There's a very wide variability. Now, one of the things that you might not be aware of is that sometimes the biopsy itself can be the cause of the spread in cancers in general. Because sometimes if the cancer is in the prostate, I think there's like a 5% chance or something like that, that just messing around, taking a sample might be what releases it into your blood. No reason to believe that's what happened with Biden, but you never know. But arguing that it has been something that he's known about for a long time would be a gaffe he made 3 years ago, where he said in public that he has cancer. But I think he was just misspeaking, but maybe not. Yeah, maybe he accidentally said the truth. I don't know. And then his brother, Frank Biden, has admitted that, in his opinion, that Joe Biden withdrew from the presidential race due to serious health concerns. But he wasn't specific about which health concerns. I would think that his cognitive concerns would be enough not to run for president, but he may have had more concerns than that. So we don't know exactly what was happening with him, and I'm not sure we will. But the political implications, because everything has a political implication with these guys, is that, does it seem to you like a coincidence that this news dropped just as the Tapper book is going to come out and everybody's talking about his cognitive abilities? I feel like that's a pretty big coincidence, but it could be a coincidence. But it does have the effect of turning our attention away from his cognitive stuff to a more sympathetic take of his cancer. All right. Well, I've decided that today is a day I'm going to take the opportunity, since a lot of you are here, to make an announcement of my own. Some of you have already guessed, so this won't surprise you at all. But I have the same cancer that Joe Biden has. So I also have prostate cancer that has also spread to my bones. But I've had it longer than he's had it. Well, longer than he's admitted having it. So my life expectancy is maybe this summer. I expect to be checking out from this domain sometime this summer. Now, in California, I've got an option that he doesn't have. And I was actually an activist when California was considering this. And in California, once you get to the point where you're definitely going to die, you're terminal, there's a very civilized process where you can get some juice that you drink that makes you fall asleep and then you pass away. So you do that when the disease becomes intolerable. Now the disease is already intolerable. I can tell you that I don't have good days. So if you're wondering, hey Scott, do you have any good days? Nope. Every day is a nightmare, and evening is even worse. So if you're wondering, those of you who are subscribers to my locals channel, if you're wondering why I had to stop the evening man caves, part of it was because of the behavior of the people on it, but a lot of it was because I don't really function too well after the show. So I do have the ability to kind of get up for this part of the day, but I'm in pain, and I'm always in pain. And the pain moves around to different parts of my body. I've been using a walker to walk for months now. So, it's basically intolerable. I'm glad I was part of the activism that got the law passed in California so you can take yourself out. Now, I realize that for some of you, this is hitting you kind of hard because you're hearing it for the first time. Weirdly, since it's old news to me, I've just sort of processed it. So it just sort of is what it is. And I have to say that, everybody has to die, as far as I know. And it's kind of civilized that you know about how long you have so you can put your affairs together and make sure you've said your goodbyes and done all the things you need to do. So if you had to pick a way to die, this one's really painful, like really, really painful. But it's also kind of good that it gives you enough time while your brain is still working to wrap things up. Do you remember last year I was making a big deal online about the claims that ivermectin and fenbendazole are a cure for this exact condition? Well, in case you're wondering, I did try that. And I did try it with the assistance of the doctor who was the famous doctor, Dr. Mackes. And it wasn't that I believed it would work. It was just that there wasn't much downside risk. So with my doctor's, blessing, he didn't think it would work, of course. And it didn't work at all. So I did it for a few months. My PSA probably went up by a factor of 10 during that time. So what I was hoping was that it would work and then I could be, part of the solution. Wouldn't that have been cool? And so I was teasing you that I was working on something that could be like life-changing, but it didn't work. So I can't say that it never worked for anybody with some different cancer or some different situation, but I can tell you it didn't work at all for me. So that's all I know about that. You might wonder why it took me so long to tell you, and I think I owe you an answer to that. Number one, it would change my life because everybody would start treating me like the cancer guy. You can't really there's no second way that goes. Once you go public, you're just the dying cancer guy. And I didn't want you to have to think about it. And I didn't want to have to think about it. Now, I wasn't lying when I told you that my walking and my mobility problems were arthritis and problem with my discs. That is true, but it turns out that, as bad luck would have it, I have arthritis in the same place that my discs are bad, in my back, but also a tumor. So one of my tumors is in the same place. So I got the sort of triple whammy. So, oh my God, does it hurt most days? I do painkillers when I can. But most of the day, I just veg out. I become sort of a zombie and I just slip in and out of sleep and wait for the next day. So this is actually the only thing I do, the morning show. And I'll keep doing it as long as I can, as long as I can tolerate it. But if you're wondering if I'll get better, the answer is no. It will only get worse. There's only one direction this goes. Now, the reason that I'm telling you now is I was getting ready to tell you, but I was looking for the right time, etc. I wanted to get past my stepdaughter's wedding, which is over, so I got past that. But when Joe Biden went public with his situation, I thought to myself, you know what? I'm going to slide under his story, and he's going to take away a lot of the attention because ex-president. So I thought I would, it would just be a little bit easier for me to tag onto that. And if you're thinking about prostate cancer, you're going to be thinking about him as much as me. So it just takes a little of the energy away. That's my thought anyway. Now, having watched how people treated Joe Biden when the diagnosis came, people are really cruel. They're really bad. And I was expecting, and of course it's going to happen, people are going to say it's because I got the COVID shot. There's no indication that makes a difference. People are going to say it's something I brought on myself. They're going to say it's because I lived a bad life. I don't know. But people are going to be really, really terrible. So I wanted to reduce the number of months or weeks. I don't know what I have left, weeks or months. Wanted to reduce the time that people were being terrible to me online because it's going to be kind of hard to spend any time online. All of my enemies, in other words, people who are Democrats mostly, are going to come after me pretty hard. So, I have to put up with that. But I'm ready for that. You should know, well, if you didn't already know, I am unusually mentally tough. So while this could be much worse, for some people, I suppose, I'm handling it quite well. The pain is tough. I mean, really tough. But the mental part, I got that under control. And I can see in the comments that some of you are having a tough time with it. But remember, nothing lasts forever. Nothing lasts forever. So I hope you don't mind that I hid it from you. I wanted as many normal months as I could get. Now, many of you are going to ask me a lot of questions. You're going to say, what did you do to treat it, and when did you know, and when did you know your PSA was high, and all that. And I'm not going to answer those questions because you can imagine, right, what a problem that would be if I started answering questions about all of my medical decisions. But so now you know. By the way, there were some people who guessed correctly. I think Owen guessed. Owen, you totally knew, didn't you? Not necessarily which specific cancer, but you totally knew. So you got that right. And yesterday on X, somebody I didn't know said it was obvious, and I thought to myself, yeah, it's kind of obvious. You know, the one good thing about having this particular cancer is that it's impossible to gain weight. So I can eat as much as I want of anything, and I'll still lose weight. Yeah, I don't have the option of gaining weight even if I wanted to. All right. So a lot of things will start making sense now as you remember things I said or decisions I made or things I did. Now you have the right context. You can put it all in there. Speak.
Well, being a Democrat myself and not that much of a Scott Adams fan as a political cultural critic, I did enjoy Dilbert. Many good fond memories of that, and it's kind of funny how some people, if you get them away from the politics, they're enjoyable people, and I imagine a lot of people kind of think the same about me. There's some things I'll come right at you on. There are other things that pretty pretty easy going about. So he seems like a pretty decent person when you get him away from the political stuff. So if anybody wants the link to this, because I'm going to go ahead and just end it there. It's about 40 some minutes, and we are about 18 and a half minutes through it. If anybody wants the link, just let me know. I'll drop it into the chat. So we're going to move on to the next story, which is I think I talked a little bit about Trump and Walmart as far as, they were basically wanting to indicate to customers, how much or why prices were bound to go up because of the Trump tariffs. And Trump basically, his response was, hey, y'all need to eat the cost and not pass it on, which I don't think is going to happen. And I also think it's not the place of a U.S. president to tell a company what they need to charge. However, apparently this has kind of gone beyond Walmart. So I want to go ahead and just play this, unless it becomes redundant. But this is worth talking about. And quite frankly, I mentioned that Trump, when he announces things, they never turn out the way he says or predicts they're going to turn out. I would almost say 0% of the time. But maybe I'm being hyperbolic, but I just don't think so. So here we go. Let's go ahead and listen to this about Trump and Walmart and maybe other companies too. I know Amazon was one of them.
Trump berates companies for warning about tariff price increases. This article is by Tony Rahm and read by an automated voice. President Trump is telling some of the nation's largest companies that they should eat the cost of his tariffs, as a growing number of businesses signal that they must raise prices to blunt the impact of a persistent global trade war. As a result, the man who ran for the presidency by boasting about his business acumen is now openly sparring with corporate America, seeking to dictate how Walmart, Mattel, and other retailers and manufacturers respond to some of the highest levies seen in decades. Since the spring, the United States has imposed a 10% tariff on nearly every nation, with steeper duties reserved for specific products and countries, including a minimum 30% tax on Chinese imports. While the White House insists the president's strategy is working, generating new revenue
I'm sure
and
Scott
forcing
already
nations to
knows this,
negotiate,
Brian.
some companies have started to report early signs of financial strain. Their warnings have affirmed economists' long and widely held belief that tariffs fall hardest on U.S. companies and consumers, not the allies and adversaries that Mr. Trump seeks to punish. But the White House repeatedly has dismissed this evidence, while the president himself has increasingly needled companies for trying to ameliorate the financial fallout. He maintains the position that foreign countries absorb these tariffs. Carolyn Leavitt, the White House press secretary, told reporters at a briefing on Monday. The latest example arrived over the weekend when Mr. Trump trained his ire on Walmart, just days after the low-cost retailer told investors that it might have to increase prices soon. Doug McMillon, the chief executive, said on Walmart's latest earnings call last week that it probably would not be able to absorb all the pressure from the president's tariffs for much longer. In response, the president demanded in a post on social media on Saturday that Walmart eat the tariffs rather than pass any new costs on to customers. He argued that Walmart had generated billions of dollars in profit last year, so it could afford to shoulder any added expenses. "I'll be watching, and so will your customers," Mr. Trump said. Asked on Sunday about the president's strategy, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said on NBC's Meet the Press that Walmart would, in fact, eat some of the tariffs, noting that he had spoken with Mr. McMillon over the weekend. Mr. Bessent pointed to the fact that the retailer did not raise prices during Mr. Trump's first term when he began imposing tariffs on China. And the Treasury Secretary brushed aside some of Walmart's warnings as a standard disclosure to investors, a position that Ms. Leavitt echoed on Monday. The CEO of Walmart made those comments about tariffs on an earnings call, where CEOs, I believe, are legally obligated to give the most dire warnings and forecasts to their investors and stakeholders, she said. The law requires that companies be forthcoming with shareholders about the financial risks they face. Nevertheless, it was unlikely that Walmart had adjusted its strategy. Mr. McMillon's call with Mr. Bessent had been scheduled before the president's threat, and the chief executive made no new commitments about pricing, said a person familiar with the matter who spoke on the condition of anonymity to reveal details of the conversation. "We have always worked to keep our prices as low as possible, and we won't stop," Molly Blakeman, a spokeswoman for Walmart, said in a statement. "We'll keep prices as low as we can for as long as we can, given the reality of small retail margins." The company warnings again underscored the economic risks in Mr. Trump's aggressive approach to trade, as he seeks to use sky-high tariffs to recalibrate U.S. relationships, raise billions of dollars in revenue, and boost domestic manufacturing. So far, the administration has completed an early framework for an agreement with Britain, and it has worked with China to mutually lower the punishing tit-for-tat tariffs that essentially halted trade between the world's largest economies.
I like
But the
that.
White House
Tit for
remains
tat.
far from
Tit
realizing
for
its
tat
vision for
tariffs.
dozens of individual trade deals. And Mr. Trump has threatened repeatedly to restore the much larger reciprocal tariffs that he announced in early April. Those levies were suspended for 90 days to give other nations time to reach trade deals with the United States. The longer it takes to reach those deals, the greater the odds that Mr. Trump's trade war could weigh down the U.S. economy. On Monday, financial markets tumbled anew amid concerns about the president's agenda and its effects on the country's fiscal future. For now, consumer prices have remained mostly steady, cooling slightly in April in what may prove to be a final lull before the president's trade war begins to contribute to inflation. Kush Desai, a White House spokesman, pointed to that data in a statement on Monday, stressing that the administration's policies are working. He said the United States has the leverage to make our trading partners ultimately bear the cost of tariffs. "There's some uncertainty. We're going to watch it very, very closely about how this ends over the next 2 or 3 months when the tariff rates get set," Kevin Hassett, the director of the White House National Economic Council, told reporters earlier Monday. He said any tariff-related price increases, if they occurred, were not a sign of inflation but a one-time effect. Some of the earliest fallout could arise in the retail sector, where companies including Lowe's and Home Depot will report their latest earnings this week. Facing tight margins, many in the industry have expressed fear that elevated import costs could cause them to raise prices on consumers, a message they have shared privately with Mr. Trump since he announced his tariffs. Across the retail space, you're going to see firms increasingly be overt about the pressure they're feeling, said Gregory Dacko, chief economist for the consulting firm EY Parthenon. He added that there was an, quote, increasing likelihood they're going to pass on at least part of the higher costs to consumers. Publicly, the White House has blasted companies for trying to tie price increases to tariffs. When a disputed report surfaced in April that Amazon would begin displaying tariff-related costs on its widely popular marketplace, the Trump administration accused the e-commerce giant of a hostile and political act. Mr. Trump later spoke with Jeff Bezos, the founder of Amazon, and the company denied that the policy was going into effect. The next month, the president took aim at Mattel, which had warned that it might raise the price of its popular toys, including Barbies, as a result of tariffs. Mr. Trump threatened to impose a 100% tariff on Mattel's products, saying it won't sell one toy in the United States. The president previously dismissed concerns about higher toy costs. He mused at one point that children will have 2 dolls instead of 30 dolls, and that dolls might cost a couple of bucks more than they would normally. Mr. Trump's push to limit what companies can charge their customers is also a sharp deviation from the 2024 campaign, when he attacked Vice President Kamala Harris after she embraced a federal ban on price gouging by grocery stores and food suppliers. Mr. Trump blasted the plan as Soviet-style controls. Mr. Trump also turned his attention to Ford Motor when it appeared poised to raise prices on some of its vehicles, on the heels of a report to investors showing it would face $1.5 billion in tariff costs this year. He nonetheless shrugged off the automaker's plans, describing them as a negotiating tactic, and predicted that it wouldn't sell any cars as a result. Tariffs are the most misunderstood thing maybe in any form of business, Mr. Trump said at a White House event this month in response to a question about the public's patience for price increases. But he maintained that those costs would not fall onto consumers. Oftentimes, the country picks them up. Oftentimes, the company picks it up, Mr. Trump continued. The people don't pick it up, okay? The people don't pick it up. Colby Smith contributed reporting from New York, Sean McCreish from Washington, and Karen Weiss from Seattle.
Well, all I have to say is that, Trump's campaign slogan should have been, "Nothing is as I describe it." It's like, what happened to the plans of replacing the income tax with all the winnings we were going to get from tariffs? I hate to tell you, I just don't know how Trump voters can just like hold their heads high. It's like not one damn thing has gone right for Trump. And how you can pretend that it has, you send a bunch of people down to a prison in El Salvador, and then you wind up sending 2 down there by mistake. They sent females to a male prison. It's like these guys, it's like Trump is just incompetent. This is like his same management style that he did during COVID is what he's doing with immigration and these other issues. And I would much rather have competent talking about competence and actually being competent. That's the difference between Trump and being a good president. So this next story is, once again, I thought I heard Trump say he would be able to stop the Ukraine-Russia situation on the first day. And yet here we are, 5 months into his term, or 4 months into his term, and this is what's actually happening.
This news story was written by Robin Dixon, Ellen Francis, Anthony Fiola, and Isabel Koshu. Trump's embrace of Putin after call leaves Europe and Ukraine behind. After a phone call in which President Donald Trump did not require Russia to stop attacking Ukraine as a condition for peace negotiations, The Kremlin predicted Tuesday that the process would be long and difficult, suggesting Moscow will keep fighting until Kiev accepts its terms. Despite Trump's exhortations for months that the fighting must stop immediately, in the course of Monday's phone call, Russian President Vladimir Putin managed to add a new delaying element to the process: the need for each side to draft a memorandum on the terms of a future peace treaty. There is no time frame and can be none, Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov told journalists Tuesday, after Russia once more succeeded in deflecting pressure for an unconditional ceasefire before peace talks, originally a U.S. proposal that was dropped by Trump and taken up by European leaders. Peskov added that this would be difficult and take time. The devil is in the details. Drafts will be drawn up both by the Russian side and the Ukrainian side. They will exchange these draft documents, and then there will be difficult contacts to formulate a single text. After Trump's third phone call with Putin since his inauguration, a pattern has emerged. U.S. demands on Putin to show that he is serious about peace, countered by the Kremlin insisting that the complexity of a broader peace deal prevents an immediate ceasefire. Kremlin aide Yuri Ushakov said Monday that Trump and Putin did not discuss a deadline for a ceasefire, although he added that Trump said it should come as soon as possible. Russia has laid down a series of harsh conditions for any ceasefire, including that Ukraine be barred from any military recruiting or Western weapons assistance, which is unacceptable to Kiev because it would enable Moscow to unilaterally rearm in preparation for a new attack. Since the 2022 invasion, Russia's goal of subjugating Ukraine has not changed, and Moscow has not indicated a willingness to compromise on its hardline demands that Ukraine give up more territory, never join NATO, and drastically reduce the size of its military. In Kyiv, the phone call dampened hopes that the United States might ally with Europe and force Russia into a ceasefire after Trump said he would not strengthen sanctions on Russia. Ukraine and Europe need the U.S. to join the new sanctions package for it to be effective. Ukrainian presidential aide Mikhailo Podolyak said that the call unfortunately did not change the status quo. He said that Europe and Ukraine want an immediate ceasefire, but that the U.S. still believes Russia will agree to one for the sake of its own business interests. Podolyak maintained that Russia wants to continue the war because it is the only way for its current state to exist. On Tuesday, Peskov repeated the long-standing Russian position that the conflict be settled by eliminating the root causes, language that effectively means the dismantling of Ukrainian sovereignty and installation of a pro-Russian regime. Trump's indication that Russia and Ukraine would be left to negotiate a ceasefire between themselves also suggested diminished or minimal U.S. engagement in the process, raising doubts on whether a deal can be reached before the year's end. Putin is widely seen as being convinced that Russia has the upper hand in the war and can gain more territory over the summer fighting season. Following a subsequent call between Trump and European leaders, there was the distinct impression that Trump may not be willing to raise pressure on Putin anytime soon and could even be ready to scale back U.S. involvement in mediation, said a person familiar with the matter, speaking on the condition of anonymity to discuss sensitive diplomacy. Just a week ago, European leaders were threatening Russia with major EU and US sanctions if it didn't accept an immediate ceasefire. But the threats from European leaders appeared more guarded after Monday's phone call, even as they expressed frustration with Putin's moves. Vladimir Putin is obviously continuing to play for time, German Defense Minister Boris Pistorius said Tuesday at a European Union meeting. He said even that though Russia is prepared to talk about a memorandum, there was still no sign of a ceasefire. Pistorius said Kiev's European backers can keep delivering weapons or money to the best of our ability, and at the same time, of course, we can continue to participate in diplomatic efforts. But what I am convinced the European Union can and must do is tighten the sanctions screw so that it really becomes clear that we will not be prepared to continue tolerating Russia's actions here without consequences. One of the more surprising elements to emerge from the call was talk of the Vatican playing a mediation role in future negotiations. An Italian official, speaking on the condition of anonymity to outline internal discussions, said the topic of deeper Vatican involvement was raised in several meetings between Vice President J.D. Vance, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni during the Americans' visit to Rome for Pope Leo XIV's inauguration Sunday. The Vatican is seen as an acceptable mediator, and the Americans signaled that they prefer this to another neutral place, that the Vatican gives the sign of a place in Western civilization where peace can be discussed, the official said. The Vatican did not respond to a request for comment on Trump and Melanie's disclosure of Leo's offer to host ceasefire talks at the Holy See. The offer, however, would not be uncharacteristic. The Vatican has a long tradition of seeking to diffuse conflict, mediating talks between the government and opposition in Venezuela, as well as with the United States and Cuba to pave the way for President Barack Obama's visit to Havana in 2016. In contrast to his predecessor's more conciliatory approach toward Russia, Leo bluntly described Russia's war as an imperial invasion and land grab. During his first days as Pope, he has repeatedly mentioned Ukraine and met privately with Zelensky on Sunday. "I carry in my heart the sufferings of the beloved Ukrainian people," Leo said during his first Sunday blessing in St. Peter's Square. "May everything possible be done to reach an authentic, just, and lasting peace as soon as possible. Let all the prisoners be freed and the children return to their own families." In Russia, the main reaction to the call was a sense that Trump was moving the U.S. closer to Russia and seeing it as one of its most important trading partners. The presidents talked in much detail about the future of our relations in their conversation, with President Trump having spoken quite emotionally about the prospects of these relations. He repeatedly emphasized that he favored mutually respectful and mutually beneficial relations with Russia, given its role in the world and its economic position, Ushakov said. Konstantin Kosachev, chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee of Russia's Federation Council, the upper legislative chamber, said Russia and the United States had emerged as negotiation partners against Europe and Ukraine. Based on the results of the conversation between Putin and Trump, there is a feeling that two consultative and negotiating groups have finally, but not irrevocably, formed: Russian-American and Ukrainian-European. The first is discussing the prospects for achieving peace, the second, the possibility of continuing the war, he wrote on social media.
Well, someone made the comment that Trump may no longer be the most important American leader in the world. Let's hope that Pope Leo does a better job than Trump does. I hope that pisses somebody off out in the chat. Don't disappoint me. All right. Well, that is pretty much all the actual news that I had. So I don't know, since a lot of people are here, let's play this. I was actually going to play this at the very start of the show, but I wanted to make sure that I got a bunch of eyes on this. This is like the well, you know what? I'm going to comment afterwards. I don't want to spoil it.
Stop fucking running from me.
Guess the race of the person who did that. I'll tell you, they were black. Of course they were. And this is why I don't even like to be around my own people. If I was that person in the other booth that got rants all over me, bro, I would have been so mad. Because why are you even doing that? And the person who did it in the comments was defending their actions, talking about it's funny, it's a joke. You're weird. You're weird, bro. Honestly, please be racist towards black people. Maybe that's going to help them stop being like this. Because there's no saving the black community at this point. They're loud, obnoxious, irritating, rude, ghetto. I don't like to be around them. They have more cons than pros. So yeah, hopefully black people can stop acting like this, because them acting like this impacts me, because people are going to automatically think I act like this. Because that's how racial profiling happens. I blame the people who act like this, not the people who racially profile me. Because if they didn't act like this, I wouldn't be getting racially profiled.
Stop fucking running from me.
Well, I definitely want people to hit the link on this. This is like this is like the well, she's a little too young. I'm not sure that it's a girl or not, to be honest. Um maybe maybe y'all know who this is and I don't. The bottom line is this young kid, my parents used to tell me, and I've told my son, and I'm sure you have, if you have children, you've told these children this, they'll go, well, I'm tired. And my response is, you're too young to be tired. So this young person here is too young to have, quote, black fatigue. And I can tell you right now, it is in my opinion, this is actually disgusting. And, this is something that's learned from parents, not something that's naturally occurring. So, um, you know, this is what anti-black blacks do to the proverbial community. They raise them as kids to be self-hating, and this is more damage to the proverbial black community than any be brave type racist, or elite racist for that matter. White people aren't the problem. It's the anti-black blacks that are the biggest problem to black America. So I'm sure there'll be people who disagree. And you know what? I will shit on any disagreement because I happen to be right on this one. So I'll drop the link right now. If anybody wants to come up and discuss this young person. But I warn you now, I won't be convinced that this is healthy. So she won't be racially profiled. Like black people control how they're racially profiled. It's fucking ridiculous. Apparently, her parents or his parents, whoever this kid's parents are, they aren't properly teaching this child. Let's see. So the links are dropped, and I'll go ahead and move on to the next video. At least I think I will. You know what? Actually, hold on one sec. I know what I want to show next. This is I dropped it in a Discord and I forgot to load it up to my local computer. This is an interview with Brianna Joy Gray and Glenn Lowry. And Glenn Lowry has a couple interesting things to say. Funny thing about Glenn Lowry is he has had his life has been kind of like an ideological roller coaster. He has gone from left of center to right of center to left of center, back to right of center. He's been a Christian. He's been a non-Christian. He's been, well, I should say a believer and a non-believer. Sometimes I don't think there's any real consistency in his life. Let's see. How do I want to do this? And of course, it didn't come up in the right browser. Let's put it into the right browser. This is what happens when you forget to do stuff. All right. So here we go. This is actually kind of a stunning interview because I've been watching Glenn Lowry. I've known about Glenn Lowry since the early 90s and, been watching the Glenn show for years now, maybe 5 years. So this is in light of his dismissal from the Manhattan Institute. So in a way, it's kind of funny because my father used to say, everybody who smiles in your face and who's buddy buddy with you, they aren't always your actual friends. And basically, Glenn Lowry is having a Candace Owens come to Jesus meeting with the Black community. Now, the only good thing is Glenn Lowry has never really left, kind of the Black community. Candace Owens just kind of divested herself. So anyway, let's hear what Glenn has to say.
Defenders of Israel tell me that I can't have that feeling, that I can't see with sympathy the consequences of the domination of these people. I'm talking about the Palestinians in Gaza and in the West Bank. You use the settler colonialism analogy, and that's trivial, woke postmodernism. Well, it may or may not apply in every detail to the historical facts of Palestine and Israel, but it's definitely not irrelevant. You say apartheid. This is not apartheid. This is the administration of a necessary occupation where this, blah, blah, et cetera, et cetera. And I say, okay, Jimmy Carter. I got that from Jimmy Carter. I got that from Beth Selim. I got that from the criminal court. I mean, but if you say don't use it, I won't use it. But it does have apartheid-like features, doesn't it? The separation of my relationship with the Manhattan Institute unfolded over months and terminated earlier this year. When they decided that they didn't want to renew our relationship with me as a distinguished senior fellow who's being compensated and being invited to undertake initiatives in the context of the Manhattan Institute, they decided they didn't want to continue to do that. But that had an earlier episode where they elected not to continue to sponsor the Glenn Show, my podcast, which they had been lavishly and generously, and for which I was very grateful, helping me to support a team, that I relied on to produce the podcast, a very excellent producer and a very excellent editor and writer. And I'm still working with my team, but I'm doing so on a thinner margin, a much thinner margin than I had been doing when I had MI support. So yeah, that happened, but it didn't happen yesterday. It's just that I decided I wasn't going to make a big deal out of it. But then after a while, I thought, well, probably I should explain to my followers why they no longer see me presenting the show as sponsored by the Manhattan Institute. And maybe I should appeal to my supporters that, independent voice, if you really appreciate the role that I'm trying to play in American public life, then, I need your support now more than ever. And so the opportunity, I don't want to name names, but some people I know who know some people I know who know Tucker said, you ought to go on Tucker. And I had done an interview with Tucker a few years ago on a different subject altogether, my life and my work and, being a Black conservative and whatnot. Tucker was interested in that. So I knew him casually, but he reached out, Tucker did, and asked me if I wanted to talk about this. And I decided I'd use that as the occasion to make news.
Well, news you made, indeed. So just to set this up a little bit, can you explain to the audience what the Manhattan Institute is, sort of what the politics of it are and what they do?
The Manhattan Institute is a well-funded and very active, right-of-center, urban-focused, domestic policy intensive think tank located in New York City. They publish a journal called City Journal. They have writers who contributed to City Journal, like people like Heather McDonald and Christopher Rufo and many others. And they are players in the policy world and talk about housing, talking about education, talking about crime, policing, and whatnot, right of center. Anti-DEI would be one of the themes, but there are many. They're smart, they're nimble, and they used to be my home. You know, I had thought stepping down from Brown, you know, going to emeritus status, I was going to kind of refocus my institutional footprint in the policy world at the Manhattan Institute. And I had thought that I had cultivated relationships with people, including the staff there, the president, Raihan Salam, who's someone who I value, whose friendship I value, and had made appearances at, you know, Tony dinners at the Harvard Club in New York City with the board of trustees, who are an estimable group of financiers and philanthropists and well-heeled. And, you know, my persona was a Black conservative bad boy prepared to call the woke folk to account, like you, Brianna. Being against affirmative action and reparations and, you know, whatnot, and realizing that George Floyd was probably not a person around whom you want to build a epic narrative of African American striving and, you know, many other things that you and I will disagree about, I'm sure. But I was that guy, you know, I was going to be that voice. I was the voice that, you know, called out the looting is okay BS back in 2020. Again, you and I are not going to agree about all these things. And I was going to sort of plant my flag with the Manhattan.
Let me stop it here to address Ryan's point of view. This is why I really come down hard on a lot of people in this space. She is not a liberal. If you called her that to her face, you might wind up getting slapped. She was Bernie Sanders' communications director. She is definitely a progressive, not a liberal. There is a difference. That's to Ryan.
Manhattan Institute, which you asked me to describe, and I think I've done an adequate job of doing so. I was going to be a player in the right of center policy world, coming not from a university, but from a think tank. And MI was going to be my home until it wasn't.
Until it wasn't. So, you know, I'm trying to resist Professor being a brat right now.
And I know what you're going to say.
And being like, well, I told you those people weren't your friends.
That's
I
what I know
told you
you were
those are
gonna
bad.
say.
Bad fellas, but I'm gonna resist. At least I'm gonna try to hold it off for at least like 20 minutes of this podcast, and just ask you on your own terms, sort of how you responded to this. So you're telling me that these are people with whom you've had good professional and personal relationships, and with whom you are ideologically aligned. And you've also said this is a think tank or an institute that focuses mostly on domestic urban politics. Right. So the question I have is, were you surprised when the issue of an international conflict between two countries that, of course, has implications given America's role in funding Israel, but is fundamentally an international, non-domestic conflict, was something that was such a red line, and that caused people with whom you had these professional and personal relationships and so much simpatico to respond to you in what seems like a kind of cursory and quick fashion?
Was I surprised? Well, yeah, I was, and I shouldn't have been.
Why do you say you shouldn't have been?
Well, I mean, look, it didn't happen all in one day. Back in January of 2024, a few months after October 7th, and I should say that I denounced the violence perpetrated by Hamas in southern Israel on October 7th. I think I want to get that on the record. I have no brief for it whatsoever. It was a whole lot of adjectives that we could run down if we had the time. It was a bad thing. I have no justification or argument for it. It's not justified by, and then we can go into the history and there'll be different points of view, but that history doesn't justify what was done. I'm against it. Okay, but I had Omar Bartov, the historian, colleague of mine. I've known him for 20 years. He's a professor of history here at Brown University. We've served on high-level university committees under the leadership of Ruth Simmons when she was here as president, Omar and I together. I know him well. I know he writes books about cities in Eastern Europe whose Jewish populations were decimated by the Nazis, and he knows a lot about the history of the Holocaust.
And he's Israeli himself, isn't he? Israeli American?
Yeah, he's Israeli, right. He thinks, or thought at that time, this is January of 2024, months after October 7th, but well into the Israeli response, incursion into Gaza bombardment. And he thought it bordered on genocide, and he basically said so. He's a student of genocide. He thought it bordered on genocide. He ran down International Court of Justice, International Criminal Court, United Nations, whatever. And I had him on the show. And I got a note from the staff saying, oh, we're sponsoring the Glenn Show, but we don't want to be mentioned when you give credits for that particular episode. That was in January. I mean, nothing else. No finger wag, no reprimand. Just we'd like to dissociate ourselves from that episode. I said, okay. And we did. Now, a smart person with their finger in the wind would say, I touched on the third rail. People are sensitive about that. Let me look at who's on the board and let me look at what their other philanthropic activities are. Let me, and then let me take a smart, politically astute, savvy player posture in this whole situation. But I didn't do that. I was naive. I just went along. I said, oh, okay, these are my buddies. They didn't want that episode. It's no big deal. And some months went by, and then Ta-Nehisi Coates comes out with this book, The Message. And I read the book. I read the book the day after it arrives from Amazon. I'm sorry, y'all. I just wanted to hear what Ta-Nehisi was going to say. I didn't know he was writing about Israel. I didn't know what was in the book. I just knew it was Ta-Nehisi had a book about writing, 4 essays, one of them an open letter to his students, one of them about going to synagogue, one of them about going to some book banner thing in South Carolina, and one of them about going to the West Bank. And I read the book. And me and John McWhorter, who I talk with regularly at my podcast, got into a conversation of, we disagreed about the book. He thought, Ta-Nehisi Coates, he's got his head up his butt. And I thought, Ta-Nehisi Coates, he's showing himself to be a pretty interesting dude. And I said that.
And why is that? Because you've been critical of Coates in the past.
Yeah, and I'm not taking it back, that essay that made him famous on reparations. Again, you and I disagree, Brianna. I know we disagree. I'm not a fan of reparations. We could go into it, but I think
I wrote a critical response to that essay in New York Magazine for different reasons than you, to be clear. But I have also, I respect him, and I would even go as far as saying I really like him, but I have had very strong disagreements with him politically. But I only raised that to say that I'm sorry?
No, I was going to say duly noted, and I was going to go on and say I didn't like Between the World and Me either, and I was going to take a minute to say why, but I don't need to do that.
Sure, but I was just saying to give you the credibility that you certainly weren't someone who was an obsequious Ta-Nehisi Coates lover.
Correct.
When you decided to talk about his book on your podcast.
First of all, that book, including the chapter on his visit to the West Bank, but the whole book is just brilliantly written. It's just eloquent and lyrical, and it's really powerful art. It's the craft of writing that book. What he has to say that's stupid.
Ryan, once again, the woman is not a liberal. Liberals don't take Marxist positions generally. I might be the only one you meet who will quote Marx, because I think he is a good critique of capitalism. She is a progressive. Of course, she's going to lean towards Marxist. However, how can you have a Marxist position on the war between Hamas and Israel? What would the Marxist position be? Maybe you as a political expert can help me with that. What is a Marxist position on Palestine? Ugh.
Students about the politics of writing, about the importance of clarity and so on in your writing, and vividness and specific, and whatnot. His reflection on going to synagogue was full of such nuance in my mind. I mean, he's aware of the fact that there's a fictive dimension to his Africanness. You know, he's an African American. He's a descendant of slaves. The slaves were imported from
And by the way, Ryan,
Africa across the Atlantic Ocean, but that was many generations.
by the way, Ryan, the last U.S. hostage was released last week. Didn't you hear? I covered that story, and it was in the news. No more U.S. hostages are alive and being held by Hamas. Keep up.
Generations ago, and you know, his relationship to Senegal, to Africa, to Mother Africa, quote unquote, is fraught. It's fertile ground for a serious novelist or critic to raise a lot of different questions, and he raises questions there about that thing. And his encounter with those book banners in South Carolina, anyway, I could go on. The book was very well written and very well. So I'm reading this book and I'm saying, damn, this is really good. And then I get to the chapter on the West Bank. And I read it and I think, again, the craft, powerful. The humanity. I mean, he is in touch with the humanity of the Palestinians. That's just really very important. The call to moral witness. You know, you're an African American, you're a descendant of Frederick Douglass and W.B. Du Bois and so forth and so on. You are an inheritor of liberation struggle, of freedom struggle. You are among the subaltern until you kind of are not, because we are not any longer subaltern, I would say, but you're an outsider with your nose pressed against the candy store window. You know what domination is. You know what white supremacy is. Now, you know, is what's going on in the West Bank white supremacy? No, I'm not saying that. Is it domination? Sure. Yeah, it is. And when Coates, I mean, I think of many scenes. One scene is he's looking at the sunlight glinting off of the reflector shades of Centurion-type guards at a checkpoint. And he's thinking about a Georgia sheriff in 1958 enforcing a segregation order with the, you know, same kind of smear. And there's a moment of recognition, and I don't mean to go on too long about this, but I'm just saying, he's a Black man. I'm a Black man. He ventures into this thicket. I've been to Israel on many occasions, half dozen occasions over the course of the last 50 years. And he comes back and he reflects on it. In the 21st century, after the liberation of South Africa.
Okay. How is you must fight back at any cost a Marxist position? What do prisoners of war do? At least back in the day, their job was to escape by any means necessary. Ryan, sometimes you don't make sense. I don't see how fight back by any means. Would you call slave rebellions back in the antebellum South a Marxist position? Ugh. And while I've got this stopped, what is QBTS? Yeah, I'm asking the same thing that SKC is asking. What is QBTS? Quite something? Quarterly something?
After the triumph of anti-racism as a normative principle in global affairs. And he has something to say. And I thought, A, you brave dude, because you're walking into a maelstrom. But I thought, B, you're a writer. You're a Black writer. I'm a writer, kind of. I'm definitely a Black kind of writer. What am I about? I see what you're about. What am I? I was shaken by that book. I was made to ask myself some questions about that book. And these questions were all the more powerful in my mind, in my observing that my conversation partner, John McWhorter, God love him, was not willing to ask those questions about himself. And, you know, what kind of Black writers are we now? And now I'm not necessarily commenting on the Middle East. I'm commenting on a kind of fidelity and integrity within the intellectual life of a Black man in 21st century civilization. You know, and I'm not going to let these people, defenders of Israel, tell me that I can't have that feeling, that I can't see with sympathy the consequences of the domination of these people. I'm talking about the Palestinians in Gaza and in the West Bank. You use the settler colonialism analogy, and that's trivial, woke postmodernism. Well, it may or may not apply in every detail to the historical facts of Palestine and Israel, but it's definitely not irrelevant. You say apartheid. This is not apartheid. This is the administration of a necessary occupation where blah, blah, et cetera, et cetera. And I say, okay, Jimmy Carter, I got that from Jimmy Carter. I got that from Bethlehem. I got that from the criminal court. I mean, but if you say don't use it, I won't use it. But it does have apartheid-like features, doesn't it? So you say South Africa is irrelevant, the world opinion, the UN General Assembly and whatnot. And I say, look, I descend from people who sought succor and cover under the global agreement about human decency and equality, of which the South African relevance.
Hey, I was going to say SKC. I'm going to rewind this a little bit. I want everyone in the chat to hear how he pronounces succor. I pronounce it slightly different, but if y'all remember that fucking minstrel crow truism went at me forever about how I pronounced succor. Notice how Glenn Lowry pronounces it. There are several ways to pronounce a lot of different words, and that fucking idiot truism Stormcrow, really, I just kind of let it go because obviously he doesn't know the English language very well. But I think that this is why I don't like dealing with people like that, because they don't know half the shit they think they know. So if anybody out there is in contact, you can tell Crow that that I'm shitting on him, and tell him he doesn't know English very well, and don't ever criticize someone who knows more than he does. So I'm done with that little rant. I hate these young punks.
Is irrelevant, the world opinion, the UN General Assembly and whatnot. And I say, look, I descend from people who sought succor and cover under the global agreement about
Succor.
human decency
I pronounce
and
it
equality,
succor.
of which the
It's
South
not
African
sucker.
relevance to this case is one such. Don't tell me I can't do that. What kind of intellectual, what kind of Black intellectual would I be if I let you tell me that I couldn't do that? Oh, so now you're going to go to how phony it is for me to put myself forward as a Black intellectual because I've essentialized identity. Who exactly is essentializing identity in this argument? You mean to say Jewish identity is not as problematic as is Black identity and some of the same questions of essentialization and socialism?
Glenn Lowry, every now and again, he and I will align in some sort of way. And it's usually when he asserts. Glenn Lowry has had a bad habit in the past of wanting to de-essentialize Black identity, and kind of wanting to go more into, kind of, hey, we're all intellectuals, or we're all this, or we're all that. The reality of American culture is that it is a racist culture just by the nature of how the culture was formed. And it always reverts back to essentializing identity. Okay, the little moment we had, the couple, 2-3 years that we had of talking about identity politics, I thought it was laughable because identity politics, number one, I feel it is human nature. And number two, America has been nothing but identity politics from day one. And those who can't figure that part out sound as stupid as, say, a Christopher Rufo or, whoever else wanted to go on and on and on about identity politics. And then as far as the Jewish thing goes, I made a comment about 30 minutes ago that, gee, it would be totally nice if the Heritage Foundation and the Manhattan Institute put half the effort they do into protecting, basically Jewish identity. And in my opinion, a lot of the Jewish identity that the Heritage Institute and the Heritage Foundation and the Manhattan Institute want to support borders on Zionism, Zionist. So my point being is, if the Manhattan Institute or the Heritage Foundation put half as much into just eradicating racist attitudes and racist behaviors in general, America might be somewhat better off. But these folks will literally fire a Glenn Lowry for taking an opposite position to Israel. And I find it just, I think Glenn he describes himself as naive. He was definitely that. These people that he thought, ideological alignment doesn't mean anything necessarily in a country that sees race to the degree that the U.S. does. So people would probably disagree with me and possibly even Glenn. This is a racial thing, whether you want it to be or not. Now, that's kind of a thin veneer, but it just seems to me that there's a lot of convergence here, and maybe it was convergence. Glenn's politics, being black, kind of finding something that he liked about Ta-Nehisi Coates. It's a bunch of convergences here, but these people are not. These heritage foundations, these Hoover Institutes, these Manhattan Institutes, they're not friends of black people in general. And the Thomas Sowells and the other think tank blacks, the anti-black blacks, they've been fooling themselves for decades that these people, once you stop saying what you are paid, once you stop saying what these think tanks want you to say, you become expendable, even if you're a Glenn Lowry. And he is a bona fide public intellectual.
Chauvinism could be raised against it. You call me the universalist ground, but you retreat behind a partisan ethnic bunker. So,
hey, SKC, that's where Glenn and I let
me say it again.
Saying
What Hamas did
kumbaya.
on October 7, 2023 was horrific, despicable, but it does not justify the destruction of 2 million people. And if I were to watch that unfold before my very eyes and not say so, what kind of human being, let alone black intellectual, would I be?
It can be
That's how I
one
feel
as
about
far
it.
as I'm concerned. It's like advertisement, advertisement.
It's kind of emotional and thrilling and exciting.
That's pretty
and
funny. That's pretty
confounding
funny,
to hear
Ben.
you wrestle with what feels like what's 100% at the heart of not just this issue, the Israel-Palestine issue, but also what's been animating a lot of other prongs of discourse over the past years. I recently was engaging with Norm Finkelstein, who's another one of these sort of iconoclasts who is very pro-Palestine. He's one of the preeminent, perhaps the preeminent scholar and historian on Gaza, and also has been a leader in criticizing excesses, or what he described as excesses of sort of the woke left and identity politics and the like. And while I've made my own critiques of those things, we have gone back and forth about whether or not, in some instances, he's taken the criticisms too far, in my view, and also whether the current moment of protests in support of Palestine and crackdowns on university campuses against them, the retrenchment of free speech principles from many figures on the right who purported to value those principles, the use of what I would call a weaponized identity politics by Zionists to ask for the same sort of punishments and punitive behaviors that they criticized when they were ostensibly being made in service of pro-Black wokeness, even though, of course, certainly nobody was being kicked out of school and their diplomas denied and deported and having their green cards revoked and stuff because they were insufficiently woke. The scale of these things is very different. And that's also part of the discourse. Does what's happening now to pro-Palestine students cause us to reflect about the energy that was spent or the lack of perspective that was perhaps had when we were criticizing left excesses? And so all of that has come out in what you just said. But the part that I really want to kind of focus in on is how you're seeing your own race inform your perspective. I will say for me, I've been muddling on this for a while, and I do think that being a Black American informs, I think, my gut impulse as to the stakes of what's happening in Palestine and why Israel's legally defined occupation of Palestine and the ethnic cleansing that happened in 1948 and that is happening now and has happened incrementally throughout the last 76 years is wrong. When I see the media ecosystem so forcefully press one view of who Palestinians are, and I see the statistics about the language that is used for Palestinians, prisoners versus Israelis hostages, even if the hostages are soldiers and the Palestinian prisoners are innocent non-combatants, children, etc. I see the asymmetry with which words like barbarism are used to describe Hamas's behaviors, but not Israel's behaviors, the IDF's behaviors. And there's something very familiar to me as a Black American who is a minority in this country and has no other country to turn to for recourse, to represent me. What it feels like to be overwhelmed and not have control of my own media, my own news, my own political infrastructure in the way that Palestinians do. And I heard you say, you don't think
you said
that
in the way that Palestinians have control.
Sorry, in the way that,
I don't think that's what you meant.
We similarly don't have control is what I meant to say, us and Palestinians. You mentioned white supremacy and that you think that might be an uneasy fit. It's not a one-to-one, and that's not a word you would use to describe, perhaps because, you might not describe Israelis as white or this different racial dynamics.
You're too young to remember the Zionism is racism debate of the 1970s and 1980s.
Blessedly so. I think I'm in enough hot water. I don't want to.
The Black man Secretary of State in the George W. Bush administration, 2001, did not go to Durban, South Africa, to the World Conference Against Racism to represent the United States. They sent a lower level delegation. I was there in Durban, South Africa in 2001 for the World Conference Against Racism. And I saw people marching through the streets of Durban with placards saying Zionism is racism. And I took on board what's at stake for defenders of Zionism in ensuring that equation not be given legitimacy. And I think that's the root of what you were talking about.
Yes. And so let me ask you then, do you still agree with that? Having read Coates' account and all of us, I think, being thrust so intimately into having, being more aware of how the apartheid conditions, I would agree with that characterization.
I wouldn't use the characterization because I think it's arguably excessive and certainly offensive to people on the other side. And because I want to conduct a discourse with them that is productive, I wouldn't get bogged down in trying to call Zionism racism. I call Zionism Zionism and deal with those supremacist aspects of it that infringe upon my normative judgments about how society should be ordered. And, I don't want to argue with people about that. And as I say, I kind of respect their sensibility. You're equating it to race, and we know the evil of racism. We know the evil of slavery. You're saying that our aspiration to a Jewish national homeland is equivalent to the Nazis' despicable derogation of Africanness as being, subhuman and not for whatever. We're not a race. We are a national. I don't want to get into an argument with people about that. So I would eschew that formulation.
Taking a step back from that, though, do you disagree with the characterization of there being a racial component to Israel's ability to act toward Palestinians the way that they have and not get the pushback from the world that might have occurred if perhaps the racial dynamics were different, if Palestinians and Arabs were viewed and Muslims were viewed more differently in the world. When you hear the sort of pushback and justifications for what has happened since October 7th, do you think that there's a racial component to the arguments that are being made in defense of Israel and Israel's actions and Zionism more broadly?
So I read something from, what's her name, Caitlin Johnstone or something like that. She's somebody that's a blogger. I get her stuff. And she says, if it were Jews dying in Gaza under bombardment and it were Muslims who were dropping the bombs on them, wouldn't we be discussing the situation differently? And I don't think there's any doubt that would be discussing. So then what does that rest on, she says, and I think I agree with her. I rest on the extent to which you take the humanity of the persons subject to this kind of a depredation seriously. And we would be more likely to take the humanity of Jews as victims of this to heart in a way that people are not reflexively inclined to do on behalf of Palestinians because they're Arabs and they're, is that racial? We're going to have to get into an exegesis about what we mean by race, but here's what I define in my book, The Anatomy of Racial Inequality. Excuse me for this self-promotion. I say it's embodied social signification. It's when marks on your body, shape of the bones in your face, the texture of your hair, the color of your skin, the body type, when marks on your body take on social significance such that people get categorized based upon those marks and elaborate ideational structures get built upon those categories. Now, by that definition of race, while it's not African versus European, you could say that there's a racial element to this thing. And I would say that. I think my Jewish defenders of Zionism, brothers and sisters, as Cornell would say, Cornell West, my friend, would say, would take umbrage at that because they would say we're not white, we're a communal, ancestral community and ethnos, and it's not about race. It's about literally, it's about who your mother was and who the rabbis say is a Jew. But that's not race. And like I said earlier about the Zionism versus race, I don't want to get into a hair-splitting argument with people about what is or what isn't, but it certainly has racial-like characteristics, I would say, based upon my scientific definition of race as embodied social signification. Marks on people's bodies are having social signification, for sure.
Hey YouTube, thanks for watching. Just a reminder that this is a podcast. You can catch an extra premium episode every Monday for $5 a month.
All right, so I'm sure there's probably a longer version. They tend to come out, a week or so later. So this one just hit my algorithm, and it was very interesting. As a matter of fact, Charles and I may do a show about it on Thursday. But the thing, my only thing is that Glenn Lowry has had a back and forth relationship with, these sorts of things. His career has been a pendulum swing between going, all the way over to the right where, there is no race but the human race, all the way back over to, the left where, hey, you know what? Being a Black American with the background, the American history background, it will lend that sense of history will lend itself to Palestinians being, under siege and, not having a country of their own. They're basically kind of like a Bantustan. They are a colonized territory. So anyway, enough of that. But Brianna Joy Gray always makes me happy when I see her show for obvious reasons. What is he saying? Let's see. And yet the point of my arrow. No, I'm afraid it's not a bullseye, SKC. it may be a bullseye to people with your quote inclinations, but to normal, sane people, no, you're not hitting a bullseye. As a matter of fact, that you think you're shooting arrows at a target that's a problematic analogy. So embrace your inclinations. Your inclinations do not surprise me. No, Charles doesn't. Well, Charles has a complicated history with Glenn. Years ago, like a couple years ago, he was supposed to interview Glenn, and it just never worked out. Maybe if I can go through Anon, who knows? I may score Glenn Lowry one of these days. I used to be on Glenn Lowry's Discord, but I got kind of disgusted with the far right people in that Discord and just left. But what I'm saying is, it used to be Trump. Charles used to be like deep into Trump, deep into MAGA, deep into Jordan Peterson. And then over the years Jordan Peterson goes nuts, and Trump, after COVID just mismanages and pretty much bungles the leadership part. Just over the past, say, 5 years, Charles has just become kind of disenchanted with a lot of people on the right. And Glenn has been one of them, though, we did a show on Glenn's clip with Tucker Carlson last week. So, Glenn's pendulum is swinging back towards a more race conscious conservatism. And, I think it's not quite the same thing, but a good comparison would be Candace Owens. When she gets her ass spanked by, white think tanks or white, media organizations, all of a sudden she comes back to the black community for succor, not succor. She comes back for succor. So Glenn is kind of doing the same thing. However, Glenn is an outright, he is actually in the class of public intellectual and has been for hell, he's 70 something, so probably close to 40 years. He's been out there as a bona fide public intellectual. So he's not in the same class as a Candace Owens. If he said "fuck you all," he would still be respected in all the political circles just because of his body of work over the years. So let's see. What does she say? Joy is a progressive nut. You know what? She's the same kind of progressive nut that you are in your far right nut. I think she's adorable, actually. If I couldn't be her boyfriend, I would want her as my daughter. I'm torn between the two. If I were her age, I think she's just a lovely person, and hopefully she doesn't wait till she's like 50, before she gets married and settles down and has kids. I think she'd be a great mother. Brave said his ideas are superior to Glenn. Yeah, I heard that, SKC. And you know what? What Brave says on his show stays on his show. I would never take that statement and let it escape the Wuhan lab that is Be Brave's show. That statement right there is like a virus. We don't want that getting out into the wild. Be Brave said some wild things, and what gets said on Be Brave show needs to stay on Be Brave show. Let's see. Ben Thorpe would have her as both wife and daughter. You know what? I can tell you right now, I'm not a big progressive fan. There are not many people like the Revolutionary Black Network folks, Sabby Sabs. I don't really fit in or even watch that crowd anymore because they are true believers. Brianna Joy Gray is actually a little bit more. To me, she's kind of halfway between progressive and liberal. And it's partly because of her background. You know, she went to Harvard Law School. I think she even practiced law for a little while. She's not the progressive, nut that an SKC would make her out to be. That's my opinion, though. American Man, what have you got to say? Joy gets so close but can't seem to make the leap. She still does pretty well. Leap to what, American Man? Normalcy? She will be okay. And even if she is a little nutty, she's just so attractive as a person. You know, you can look over a little bit of nuttiness. But I also think she's nutty like a fox. That little girl, that little giggly routine that she does. I've seen her get Norm Finkelstein back in line. Norm Finkelstein doesn't fuck with Brianna Joy Gray. As a matter of fact, I've heard Norm Finkelstein say he thinks she's like the smartest, the smartest of that young left set. So that's a high compliment coming from Norm Finkelstein. So let's see. Robbie, you say, no, you know what? I would tend to disagree with you there. Robbie cracked the code and her crazy came out. Is that what it was? There is no doubt that you and Robbie would probably get along, SKC. As a matter of fact, you remind me of a Robbie. Just, and I'm not going to even tell you, what characteristics you share with him. And before you go too far, it's not the blonde hair. You're not a blonde. All right, so I want to share one more news story that I just got. This is appeals court allows Trump's anti-union order to take effect. An appeals court has cleared the way for President Donald Trump's executive order aimed at ending collective bargaining rights for hundreds of thousands of federal employees while a lawsuit plays out. The Friday ruling came after the Trump administration asked for an emergency pause on a judge's order blocking enforcement at roughly 36 agencies and departments. A split 3-judge panel in the nation's capital sided with the government lawyers in a lawsuit filed by unions representing federal employees. The majority ruled on technical grounds, finding that the unions don't have the legal right to sue because the Trump administration has said it won't end any collective bargaining agreements while the case is being litigated. So basically, they don't have standing. So it is a victory, but it's not like the union's going away. So there's that. So let's see, what else do I have here? We might be at the end. Oh, well, you know what? I have a couple more things. So we'll go here. And I'll drop the link one more time into both chats in case anybody wants to come up and say hi or fuss at me about something. Barring that, if nobody comes up, we'll watch these videos, then I will be out of here. Let's see. Panel. All right. Drop that. We'll start this.
Video today is all about bait casting reels and how to use them. I've I've had a lot of people asking for this video, so I figured I'd do a start to finish tutorial on how to use a bait cast reel correctly without getting backlash and bird's nest, and also how to cast them correctly.
You put the
without getting
brake on
backlash and
it
bird's
until
nest.
you
A
get
lot of
used to
times the
throwing it,
cast has
then
a
you
lot to
back off
do
the
with why the
brake
reel bird's nest.
gradually. That's
Cast
how
too
you
hard
learn
with
to
too much
use
force
it.
behind it, it's usually going to bird's nest, even if you have it set up correctly. It
That's
doesn't matter
because
how
of
good of a bait caster you
overspin.
have,
Use your
they
thumb to
will
stop the
backlash if you're not
overspin.
casting correctly. So we'll go over that too. All right, for this first test, we're just going to use a good old Cinco worm. We're throwing a good old Cinco
Worms.
worm on the good old trusty Abu Garcia Max X combo. I picked this combo because it's a really beginner-friendly combo, easy to use, and very, very effective and good at casting long distances whenever you don't know how to use one of these bad boys. And it's an
Here, let me intercept this errant comment. Deacon Dave, I have noticed that a lot of team bluers don't want to touch the third rail of how their party lied to them about Biden's health and attempted to get Cam in via dead white man. No, I haven't noticed that at all. As a matter of fact, I've gone at length about Biden and the deception they did. So that wouldn't be anyone on this show that didn't touch the third rail. You know what? I touch third rails with my tongue. And let's see what else. Third rail lied. Oh, the other reason, besides me mentioning that was one of the main reasons I think that Kamala lost. I think if had she enough time, she could have overcome, but she didn't. The other reason the quote team bluers aren't really into touching a third rail, if you haven't noticed, SKC, Biden is no longer president. What team bluers are trying to do is be like the far right MAGA folks, how they forget stuff. We want to forget Biden's problems with his health and all that secrecy, like the far right MAGA folks want to forget January 6th. So the third rail of how MAGA basically supported supported violence at the Capitol, we will support. We will forget just as well as far right MAGA does. So there are your reasons. Biden's no longer president. We want to be like MAGA and forget the past. And some of us, Team Bluers, have dealt with how tragic that secrecy wound up being. So let's get back to fishing.
entry level. So literally, they're only about $70 for the whole combo. Anybody who started off with bait casting reels usually started off with an Abu Garcia Black Max combo or a Max X combo. I'm using a lighter bait to kind of give you guys a gauge of the cast. We are going to switch to a heavier bait to show you guys that when you switch baits, you also need to tune your bait caster along with switching that bait. So I'll get to that in a few. So before you do anything, we're going to go to setup. Bait casters have a few main components. The braking system, which is usually on the opposite side of the handle. It goes from minimum to max. It's got a little clicking system in it to where you can hear when
He
you're
doesn't
certain amount
have
of numbers.
bone cancer
Remember
per se. It
what
started
number you
in
like
his
to have it on.
prostate.
You got your
And
release right here.
it actually can
Pretty sure you guys
happen.
understand how a release
Apparently,
works.
he got a
It
clean.
releases the bait.
Wait, hold it.
Then you've got your tension knob. Your tension knob controls.
SKC, were you here for the Scott Adams video? Scott Adams has the same cancer he announced yesterday. The cartoonist has the same cancer that that Biden has, except he's farther along with it. And he doesn't have much longer to live by his own admission. And he is literally, he literally said that it is possible to, go from 0 to 100. It is possible. It's kind of rare, But even Scott Adams, who is not a Democrat by any means or that sympathetic, had enough, enough humanity to at least be sympathetic. So I'll drop the link to the video if you want, if you can't find it yourself, SKC. So yeah, it is possible that you go from 0 to 100. However, I don't really care whether he's lying or not at this point. Biden is no longer president. He is a past president. He is a former president. I think what's really telling is that Trump is doing so badly that all of a sudden MAGA has brain cells enough to remember the past. But you don't remember all the way back to January 6, 2020. It only goes back to Biden.
How much tension is on the spool? Tighten all the way down, you're barely going to have the spool moving. You have this loosen all the way up, that spool's going to move around a lot more freely. That is the main parts of a bait cast reel. And then of course you got your drag, but then again, your drag doesn't have a lot to do with how to use the bait caster. Drag is just for fighting the fish.
Well, that is an opinion, Phoenix Fish. Unfortunately, or fortunately, not enough people agreed with you to keep Biden out of office.
Just like that.
And as a matter of fact, Trump, you know what? I'm going to say this, and I've said it before, and I hate stopping this video so often. If Trump had shown just a modicum of stability and leadership, Biden would have never won that race. It was because Trump is so erratic and not a natural leader that Biden won. You're seeing the Trump of the COVID years in these past few months, where literally everything he announces a week or two or a month later is totally different than how he described it. If Trump says something's going to happen, it's a flip of the coin whether it's going to happen at all or whether it's going to happen like he predicts it'll happen. The dude is hapless. That's why Biden beat him, and Biden didn't beat him by that much. So y'all better pray that Trump doesn't fuck it up so bad that you lose, that you wind up losing the House of Representatives in 2026. And the real kicker is going to be if we have 4 years that are like these 4 months, the Republicans are going to have a hard time in 2028. America has a short memory. They will have forgotten Biden by the time, Trump just mucks it up for Republicans. So there's my analysis. And Trump is not fit to be president. Quite frankly, it might be a draw, but anyone who wants to talk about Biden not being fit for office, it's kind of a stretch that Trump is fit for office. Prices are not going down on day one. The Ukraine-Russia war, it is not ended on day one. Y'all need to wake up and smell the McDonald's.
Right there, that's the beginning of a bird's nest. And that's what we don't want. So as you can see, the tension knob is all the way loose. So when that bait hits the water, there we go. That's a backlash. It's a small one, but that's a backlash. That's what we want to avoid. In order to avoid that, what we're going to do here is we're going to go to the tension knob first, right here, and you're going to turn this away from yourself. So you're going to turn it towards the tip of the rod, tighten the tension knob all the way down, guys, and then we're going to go ahead and click that release, and you can see the tension's tightened all the way down, so the spool is not releasing the bait. You're going to slowly turn the tension knob towards yourself to slowly release the tension on that spool so that bait falls. There we go. Starting to fall. All right, that's a little slow.
Screw that.
Go back to the top. We're going to loosen it a little bit more.
Yeah, all this adjusting,
Okay, okay.
you
That's
got
a
to
little
get
bit
that lure
faster.
in the water, son.
No backlash in the spool. Let's go a little bit more. Just a
What's
little
up,
bit
Riot
more.
Pump? I rock with Trump, but the only reason why he became
There we
U.S.
go.
president is
And as
because
you
he
see,
ran
guys, the
against
bait hit the
women
water,
in
and there's no
America.
backlash in the spool.
I
So
disagree
here we
with
go.
that analysis.
Bait, water, no backlash. One more time. Bait, water,
You know what?
no backlash. So that bait hit the water.
I
There's no backlash.
have
That
a
means
new
we're good to
fishing
go.
rod
And
that
now we can start to mess with the
it's
brakes. When it comes to
newish.
brakes,
The
I
rod
always
tip
like to
needs
set
to
them
be
about halfway
repaired.
whenever you're first starting out. So anybody that's a
I'll
beginner,
probably
first
get a
starting
new
out,
rod when I
I
go to
recommend
Savannah,
taking it about
because
halfway.
I need a
So
one
about there,
piece that I can
parallel
leave
in
down
between the
there.
max and the minimum.
One
That's where I like
piece,
to take
probably
it.
7-foot
So now we're going
rod.
to go ahead and give this a cast. Whenever you first cast your bait caster, you're going to click that release and you're going to use your thumb to hold the spool. Because, of course, the spool is going to be free as soon as you click the release. So you're going to hold that spool gently, and then you're going to give it a nice fluid cast. You can go from the side or you can go overhead. A lot of people like to go overhead to get more range, but when you're first starting out, take it nice and slow, guys. So here we go. We're just going to give it a light cast. And there we go. We got a little backlash on that. I was not using my thumb to slow down the spool. Tighten up our brakes just a little bit. Since we got a little backlash when it hit the water, we're going to tighten up our brakes 3 clicks. So a little bit above halfway to max. Now let's try that again.
Deacon Dave,
There we go, guys. That's what you want.
bait casters
And again,
don't
I'm achieving
require a
this
lot of adjustment if
by
you know how
tuning
to
my bait
use
caster
one.
to the perfect settings for this bait.
So for
And
the
also
amateurs,
feathering the
probably.
spool. Now I'll show you guys what feathering the spool is. A lot of people get confused by that term, but feathering the spool is basically gently resting your thumb on that spool.
As a matter of fact,
as the cast
once
is
you
ending.
learn to use a
So here,
bait
I'm gonna see if I can
caster,
get a good video of this for you
you
guys.
won't want to use. Every now and again, I'll use
And I'll slow that down for you
a
guys.
spinner.
But you see, I rested my
Like
thumb
if I don't
on the
have
spool at the
if I'm
very end of
in
the
Savannah
cast.
and I don't have
That way
a
that it
bait
didn't
caster, I'll
backlash.
use a
I'm
spinner.
still getting good distance.
Bait
A lot of people
casters
say,
are
well, if you
way
turn your brakes out too
superior
tight, you can't get any
to
distance. I'll
any
show
other
you
type
guys.
of reel, especially if you're
I'm
doing
still getting
cast
out
and
there
retrieve.
probably 50, 60 yards and no
Dynamite
backlash.
is the best bait.
Now let's see what happens if I
That's
whip
funny.
it. This is me just whipping it as hard as I can. Look at that. That's what the bait caster tuned perfectly. So I'm going to show you guys the cast that's going to keep you from backlashing. I showed you how to set up the bait caster, but now I'm going to show you how to cast it without creating backlash. Because even though this is tuned up
Just
perfectly,
use your
if you
thumb.
cast this too hard or too aggressively, it's going to cause a backlash. But a lot
Nope.
of people
You
will
can
say,
once
oh,
you
I did
get to
exactly what you
using
did in the
it, you
video,
can
and I'm still
toss
getting
it out
backlash.
there
It's
with
because they're
all your
casting too
strength and you won't
aggressive,
get a
too hard,
backlash. You
or they're
just
putting too much
have
force
to
into the
know how to
cast.
use your
And
thumb
that's going to cause a backlash no matter how
or
good you
have
got
the
it set up.
brake set right.
Now that we have it all set up, I want to show you how to correctly cast it to where you don't get backlash or bird's nest in your line. 90% of the time, what causes a
Bird's
backlash? People
nest.
cast too aggressively, and they're not using a fluid motion to cast. And when you whip it out there like that, even if the bait caster is set up completely correctly, it's going to cause a bird's nest. It's inertia. Too much force on that line and that spool is going to make it do that. You want to give it a nice, smooth cast. You don't want to overextend the cast. I know you want to get out there as far as possible, but most of the fish are close to the bank anyway. So I'm going to give it a nice, fluid cast. Just like that, guys. And that was with me not even touching the spool. I didn't touch the spool, no backlash. And this is with a $70 combo. You can do this with anything. This is with the $70 combo, guys. You can do this with any bait cast reel. I'm going to show you again, and I'm going to show you guys a little trick that I like to use when I was first starting out that helped me a lot. I call it side casting. I take the bait caster while I'm casting, and I turn it sideways like this. I don't know why, but for some reason, it does help with backlashes. So I'm going to keep it sideways the whole time. Just like that. Again, no backlash. No backlash in that spool, guys. And I'm still getting out there about 60, 70 yards. Give it one more cast, and we're going to switch the baits, and I'm going to show you how to tune it for when you switch the baits. Clicking the release, resting my thumb on the spool, and I'm giving it a nice fluid cast.
Yeah.
I'm not whipping it out there, guys.
Rick, if the
I'm
earlier
doing it
you
just
get him
enough to
out
get out to where
there,
I need it to be.
11's
It
actually
doesn't have to be
really
an
young.
aggressive, strong cast to get it out
Trying
far.
to think,
Give
I
it a
think
smooth
my son
cast.
might have
It's gonna
started
go
using a
right where you
bait
need it to go.
caster
Now we're
maybe
gonna
around
switch baits, and I'm gonna
11,
show you
12,
guys
13,
how
right in that
to tune
range.
your bait caster when you put on a
I
different
think
weight bait.
it has something to
Each
do
bait
with
has a different weight.
coordination. You know, round about that
So
age,
for
they
every
become a
bait, you're
lot
gonna
more
want to tune
coordinated.
your bait caster before you start casting it out again, because if that bait is heavier than the last one, then it's going to cause you issues and you're going to have backlash because it weighs more. So the spool is taking on
You
more
know,
tension.
Wicked, I actually
So because the
believe
spool's
you
taking on more
believe
tension
that.
with the heavier weighted bait, it's going to cause a backlash when you cast it out there before setting it up correctly with the new bait. We're going to throw this little gilly on. I'm just going to hook it right through the nose, nothing special. I'm not actually trying to catch fish, just trying to show you guys how to use these bait casters. So we're going to throw him, and he weighs quite a bit more. So we're going to throw this little guy, and I'm going to show you how to retune it. Because if I throw it right now without retuning it for this size bait, I guarantee it's going to backlash. So now that we got this other bait on, we're going to go ahead and retune the bait caster. So here we go. Just like in the beginning, guys, we're going to click the release, let the bait fall, and boom, we're starting to get a backlash. So that means there's too much tension on the spool, or there's not enough tension on the spool to catch this big bait, this bigger bait, I should say. So because this bait is heavier, we're going to readjust that tension knob. We're going to click this. You're going to hold your spool, and you're going to tighten that tension down just a little bit. Boom. The gilly's in the water, sitting right there, and there's no backlash. So when we drop this, I even do it on the dock. So when we drop this bad boy, nothing. That means it's perfectly set up for this bait.
I don't want to have to adjust my bait caster in between every bait switch.
Guys, that was such a small change. I barely tightened the tension knob just a little bit. Boom, we're set up and good to go again. So let's go ahead and give this some cast. Again, nice fluid cast. So right above my head, release, and then there we go. Look at that. Nothing, guys. I didn't
What's
even
a
have my thumb on
dirt
it that time.
cookie?
If you set these
Dirt
up correctly,
cookie?
you don't even have to use your thumb to feather it. All right, so now I'm going to go ahead and show you guys a side arm cast. You're going to be casting from the side, turning your body, and then you're going to release when you're right in front of you. Just like that, guys. There you go. I think a lot of people get intimidated by bait casters and make it harder than what it really is, but it's not that hard, guys, I promise. I learned how to tune and use a bait caster in a week, just doing these same techniques. So if you guys are really struggling with it, this is the way to do it. But all right, guys, it is freezing out here. I'm going to go ahead and get back to the house. I just wanted to show you guys that it's very, very simple to learn how to throw a bait caster. And I wanted to break it down and give you guys step by step a perfect guide for anybody who wants to get into.
One thing I do have to say, like, I don't do anything that he says, or maybe what I do is similar, but like the way he has the bait slowly fall, I don't do any of that. Basically, if it's a new bait, well, the first thing to do is you can switch baits as long as they're the same weight. Like I do a lot of jigging, so I'll have like an 1/8 ounce jig. If you've got an eighth of an ounce, a jig like that, or a 1/16th, you can put pretty much any bait on that hook, and you don't have to do any adjustments. And a lot of times I'll go from, say, a jig to a silver spoon or something like that. As long as that spoon is an 1/8, you're not going to really have too much trouble. You know, spoons kind of go through the air because they're a blade. They go through the air a little bit differently. But keeping the same weight if you change baits is key for me, at least. So I guess what I'm trying to say is everybody will figure out their own way of throwing a bait caster. And if you're learning to use a bait caster, have someone with you who knows how to use one. It's a lot quicker that way, rather than, just kind of picking it up out of the blue and teaching yourself. So anyway, here is the next video, and this will probably be the last video. I did have one more but it'll not a fishing video, but it'll wait for tomorrow. So I've never watched this guy before. So let's see what he's about. He's got a bunch of viewers. He's got like getting close to 400,000 subscribers.
When it comes to locating crappie, there's absolutely nothing more important than first finding forage that the crappie are feeding on, whatever it may be in your lake. And
man, what is up with this?
Well, it's shad. There's many places that bait fish could be, but a great way to locate crappie is to focus on break lines or drop-offs. And there's absolutely no doubt that bait fish such as shad, meaning threadfin shad, or gizzard shad, uses these drop-offs as highways. They use them to move around the lake. Thus, the crappie will follow, or bass. There's a marker buoy. While we're getting back up here to our buoy marker's about 35 yards in front of us, folks, but I'm going to start right here, and I'm going to get on the break line. Now, right now, the surface temperature is at 55 degrees. The reason why it's so warm is because we finally got a big rain, and as y'all can tell right here, I'm going to put my bait in here. The water is muddy. Muddy as a clay hole. So, again, I want to stress these colors right here. White, chartreuse head, or an orange head with a gold blade. That is a great combination to throw when it's like this, when the water conditions are like this. But we're going to make a cast right here. I'm going to let that bait fall down there about 4 feet. 4 or 5 feet, and then bring it back real slow. So I'm making parallel cast right where it drops off. I actually can see my marker in front of me, and I'm in, as y'all can see, 6 feet of water right there. And my marker buoy is probably in about 5 or 6 feet of water. So I'm going to create a line from right here to my marker buoy, and I know that I'm right on the drop, making precise parallel cast. And that's what we're going to do this evening. Because the reason why is that drop off right on the edge of it is grass, aquatic vegetation, and it stops right there around 6 feet. And we have some shad that's right on the edge of that grass. Right on the edge of it, and that's perfect for what we're doing right now. Even though the water's muddy, it's not going to make any difference because we have a color that's visible to the crappie. I know how deep the fish are. Okay, we've established that already. We've done caught one. So now all we have to do is repeat performance that this evening. There he is. Golly. Boy. That fish right there was like setting it into a stump. It's a good fish right here. Good fish right here. Okay, that fish come out of 5 feet of water. 5 feet, but on a break line. We're fishing on a break line right here. I'm fishing kindly a little bit too late this evening, but that's what we're after right there. That's a black crappie. And that fish come out of 5 feet of water right on the edge of a drop. It falls actually from 4 feet down to about 10 real abruptly. And that's what I was fishing, right on the edge, right where it dropped off. Slow rolling this underspin. Let's go ahead and unhook this fish and let him go real quick. All right, folks, let's take a look at him again. Pretty good fish.
Screw that. That would be dinner.
I'll show you my. Oh, he's gone.
I'm sure most of y'all know this, but things like crappie and bluegill, especially that size, unless there's a reason you can't keep them, like the water's dirty or something like that, crappie's about the best tasting fish, salt water or freshwater. I wouldn't be throwing that fish back. That would be, I'd be looking for about 4 or 5 more that size, and might not keep more than 4 or 5, but I'm damn sure going to keep, if it's a crappie or a bluegill or some sort of sunfish like that. Yeah, that's going home with me.
Okay, folks, this is one of my favorite underspins to throw, made by Leland's Lures. That's a 1/16.
Oh, and what fish would that be, Daughters of Assassins?
It has a white and chartreuse crappie magnet on the back of it. Chartreuse head and a gold blade. You're probably wondering, well, Richard, why are you fishing so much chartreuse? And gold blades is a blade color I don't never hardly throw unless the conditions is like it is right now. Muddy water situations. This color right here, this color combination that I have put together right here is a great combination, folks. Great combination. They can see it well. The gold blade is no doubt more visible to the fish than the silver. Now, I was slow rolling that bait right along the drop off, and that fish nailed it. It was just boom, no doubt about it. They crappie hit an underspin very, very hard, very hard. And as far as equipment, I'm using a 6.5 foot light action rod, Johnny Marr spinning reel loaded with 8-pound test sprayed. I have a short leader right here, monofilament leader of about 4 feet long, 6-pound test. And that's a Palomar knot that I have tied right there. So
ooh, Palomar knot.
Attracted.
Love it.
To this gold blade right now. This muddy water and gold goes together. I have a lot of confidence in gold, and that's what they're seeing. That gold blade flashing above their heads. See, I'm fishing a little bit high for these fish. I figure these fish are probably, 6 feet deep. Probably. It could vary, no doubt, but I'm believing that's about where they're at. So I'm letting it fall around 4 and then bringing it back. Just a steady wind. That's all you have to do with an underspin. A finesse underspin.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a little bit
one of the
elaborate
best
than I
ones
want
they
to be.
make, because this bait right here, I can fish
Daughters
it
of Assassins.
any way I want to. I can reel it, stop it, and when I stopped it, that blade's still spinning, folks. It's fishing at all times. Or I can throw it out there and pick it up like that, let it fall. Pick it up, let it fall. I'm fishing just like that, all the way to the boat, which is deadly a lot of times. It could be this evening. I don't know yet. We just caught that one crappie. Let's catch another one. There he is. There's another one, folks. That sun was out a while ago. I don't know what happened now. It's down. There's a cloud right over me. We got plenty of time to catch them right here. That's a good fish. Let's slip him in here. Look at there. What a fish. That's a chunk. That's what I call a chunk. Wow, we. Woo. There's another one. That's a good fish. You can see how that fish eat that. He absolutely wanted it. I've got this color down perfect. I got the speed of the retrieve down perfect in this muddy water. Everything is working for me except for one thing. I need the sun
It's
to
cold.
pop back on the water again. We got a little cloud cover right here on top of us, but we need a little bit of sun. That will help me get a few more strikes. This muddy water right here, I prefer for the sun to be out. It just enhances the bite, in my opinion. But let's let that fish right there go. Right. Go on back there, boy. Where you belong. Crappie, for the most part, feed at night, even in the wintertime. So they don't have any trouble at all finding this bait in this dingy or muddy water. Now, this really isn't dingy and muddy compared to a lot of water that y'all may fish. But here in the Tennessee River, this is muddy. It's muddy water. And you can see that I'm not having any trouble catching crappie. That's the point I wanted to make. Let's catch another.
What the hell is that?
We know they're 4 feet deep, 4 to 5 feet deep.
He's putting the fish back, daughter. Eclectic, he's putting the fish back. They'll be okay.
4, about a foot a second. That's how fast it falls. And then as far as retrieve, slow but steady, the same retrieve. By doing that, you can keep that bait, 4 to 5 feet all the way to the boat. There's another one. Golly, this is a big one. That drag was, I don't know how that drag got light that quick. It's a good one right here. Boy. Come on in here, up here with me. Golly, that's a slab right there. That's the biggest one so far.
Yeah, in a river, it really probably doesn't matter that much. But if you're in a closed system like a pond, and if the water's good, you really do want to take a few fish out of there because, once the fish get like overcrowded in there, the growth is stunted. It's not good for the pond. There's a pond right up the road that my son will always put the fish back, and I'm like, you need to stop doing that. Sometimes take them out, and if you're not going to bring them home, just toss them out. When you go fishing in a closed system, you do want to take fish out. Not a whole lot of them, but you do need to take some of them out just to keep everything in balance, especially if there's more than one kind of fish in there. This pond has sunfish, it's got catfish, and it's got largemouth bass, and I think it's got some Kentucky spotted bass, which is a hybrid. But you gotta take them out to keep everything in balance. So this we don't want to hurt the fish, let's put them back. Screw that. You got to take some out. Especially if they're crappie.
Folks. That's a big fish right there. Look how girthy that is. Oh my goodness, what a fish. Okay, let's let him go. I don't reckon he, because it's overcast, it makes any difference too much. It don't seem to be. I just got through telling y'all, pitch dark the darkest old pitch dark that's ever been. I've caught them at night. So that just goes to show how well these fish can see. Clarence keeps gas, folks, and he's always miserable because of it. Because as you get older, we bloat a lot easier, or most of us do. And it causes us
No,
to
it's
be
not cruelty.
miserable if we're
It's
bloated
cruelty
up with
not to
gas.
feed, not to eat.
But he don't seem to care. He's going to go ahead and take the pain because he loves them beans so much that he's, willing to take the pain of eating them beans and being bloated like that. But he's just miserable. Every time I go over to his house, I can feel the misery that he possesses because of eating them beans. I don't never go in his house. I always knock on the door and let him come up from outside where it's wide open, There's another one. That one hit right at the boat. Right at the boat. I don't like it when they do that. That's a good fish, too. Look at that thing watering, folks. Let's flip him in here. That is a big son of a gun right there. That is a nice crappie. I mean, that ain't your typical little old run around poop sniffing type little old crappie now. That's a big one right there. Let's let it go. God, what a fish. Nothing like the sport of fishing. Folks, I've done it for ever since I was a kid, and I've heard people say, "Oh man, I'm getting wore out on this," or
Yeah, I guess we are there, Eclectic.
I don't get burned out when it comes to fishing. I love it. Now, I do get tired. My feet hurt, my back hurts, but that's just part of it. If you're out here in the boat, that kind of stuff's going to happen. Ooh, I just got tapped right there. I've been asked many times, how many? What's the most you've been fishing? I mean, like how many days? 15 days straight. That's been years ago, folks. But now last year, I fished 8 days in a row in a boat. And I'm going to tell you, you talking about stove up. I was stove up for a week after that, at least a week. But that's just how much I enjoy fishing.
Oh man was so old that his old boogers was a different color than most people. It was more of an old charcoal black looking.
Just a simple technique. And I want to stress, though, that colors are important. Another good color, if I had one, and I don't know if Crappie Magnet makes it or not, but a gold one. If I had a gold crappie magnet, that would be a great one to have on the back of this underspin right now, because they can doggone sure see it at night or in stained water like this. But that's going to be my second. That white creates a hue, what they call a hue. That's not a big word. I think there's just 3 letters. Let's see. Hue, H-U-E. A hue. And what that means is it glows. It's got a glow look to it. And man, I tell you, that's the deal. That is absolutely the deal. And chartreuse, of course, as y'all know, chartreuse and orange are 2 of the most, and red, visible colors that they are for all species of fish, including crappie. There he is. God. golly. I set the hook way too hard right there, folks. Maybe we didn't rip his mouth because you will with braid.
It's a
That
wonder you
leader I
didn't pull
have
him out of the water.
will stretch. That's why I like to use mono instead of fluorocarbon enough to where a lot of times it won't. That's a big old crappie. He caught me off guard. You know, I come out here way too late, and my objective, that's a big old word, ain't it? But the deal was I wanted to show y'all a great muddy watercolor that'll work just about anywhere. When conditions
Yeah,
are like
I don't
this,
get
that was my
that.
main deal. And I've already caught, golly, 5 crappie.
Hey,
Just boom,
Kimmy.
boom, 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 boom. But I actually got out here a little bit late. But I needed to get on out here and do this. I really did. I wanted to show y'all a muddy watercolor going back. Skip, skip, skip to my loo. Skip, skip, skip to
Oh,
my
Lord.
loo. Skip, skip, skip to my loo. Skip to my loo, 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 loo. All
The
right, so
fuck?
it's time to go home. Don't tell Mama Sue I'll let those crappie go because those
Yeah,
were some good
exactly.
fish right there. Them was some big crappie. So y'all don't tell her because if you do, I will no doubt get in trouble. I want to say God bless each and every one of y'all. Thank y'all for everything y'all have done. I appreciate it.
Yeah, it's the first time I've watched him. What's up, CK? Yeah. The only time, I mean, I'd have kept all those. Now, the thing is sometimes you just don't feel like dressing out the fish because, you know, if you take them home, you got to gut them. And a lot of times what I do is put them in Ziploc bags in salt water. Basically just salt the water, put them, you know, put the fish in the bag once you've either filleted it or dressed it out. Those I don't generally fillet crappie. It's better just to gut them and dress them out because you lose a lot of meat if you fillet sunfish. But anyway, if you don't want to eat them that night, just put them in Ziploc bags, put them in the freezer so they're encased in salt water. Now, I mean, if I had a bunch of fish in the freezer, I might not keep any, but you know, I usually don't keep any more than I would need for dinner, that either that night or another night. So, but no, crappie are one of those fish I would actually just keep whether I needed fish or not because they're that good. I caught a cooler full probably about 20 years ago. I had one of these little igloo coolers that you can keep a couple of 6 packs of Coke, and I filled up a cooler with crappie. I just happened to hit like a jackpot, and I ate crappie every night for a week. I had a fried grandpappy, and it was real easy. So yeah, I ate crappie every week, every night for a whole week. They were so good. So crappie are one of those fish. If I can keep them, I'm gonna. You know, you don't want the real small ones, but you definitely want to keep them if they're a good size. So, CK, did you have anything? Because I'm actually going to wind up, you know, shutting this down because it's almost 5 hours, and I see John's fired up a show talking about his usual stuff. So I've pretty much gone through the news, a few videos. If nobody, I'll drop the link one more time. If nobody wants to come up, that's fine too, because I am a little tired for some reason or another. So there's one chat. Did that go through? All right. And here's the other link. And if nobody wants to come up, I'll give it like 5 minutes. We'll see what John's doing here.
He takes center of attention. The woman back there just like, man, this who I'm married to. Jeez, Luis. Yeah. Tribe up, people. Go ahead, tribe up if you want. You want to try?
Yeah, let's see.
Noobs.
See what the anti-black news of the day is.
He ain't laying no more pipes in the ground. He not gonna put no roofs on houses. He just like to dance and party. And that was a young one, and then here's an old one. It never gets old with these people. How many of you people have been to the mall and stuff? You see this shit? Swipe me down.
Yeah. All right. Well,
Whoa, this nigga by 60.
I take it nobody wants to come up, which is perfectly fine. I will sign off watching John having a good old time. I used to. I generally watch fishing videos on the like clips. There was a time last time I had cable, I was literally up living up in the Blue Ridge Mountains, and there's a couple outdoor channels. One might have been called the Outdoors Channel. So, in the wintertime, they mostly have hunting videos. And then in the spring and summer, it's mostly fishing videos. So, yeah, I've watched Bassmasters. There is actually a circuit. I can't remember the name of the show, but there is actually a circuit of black bass fishermen. And they're actually pretty fun to watch. I'll see, can I remember the name, and maybe I'll load up some videos and we'll watch tomorrow or the next day. But I really love watching, these back in the day, all those professional bass fishermen it's almost like NASCAR in a way. But it's good to see, guys in these fancy boats, a black presence out there on these fishing circuits, FLW and, other types of fishing pro circuits. So, all right. Well, let's see. What do you have here? I always rooted for Mike Iconelli. I don't know the name. I pretty much what comes up in my feed. There's a whole group of them, including Pretty Girl Outdoors, who I need to see what she's been doing lately. But did you need a fisherman that looked like us? No, but you know what? It used to be when I was a kid, all those Bill Dance type fisher people, you never saw black fishermen out there. Same thing, there are a couple black hiking groups. And there is a myth, and maybe it's not so much these days, but when I was a kid, there were things like black people don't swim, black people don't hike, black people don't like the outdoors, that sort of thing. And there's a lot more representation. No, I don't need to see fishermen who look like me. However, it is nice to be, nice to know that other people enjoy some of the same things I do. So the need isn't the point. The nice seeing young black people out there doing wholesome stuff and not showing up in John Galt videos so he can do anti-black analysis. How are you going to do anti-black analysis when, these people are out there fishing in a nice bass boat? So that was my point, Deacon Dave. So you go over there and y'all, I'm going to shut this down. Y'all go over there and watch John Galt, do his review of buck dancing. And everybody make sure you subscribe to the John Galt channel, the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. Make sure that you share the wealth. Make sure you support your host tomorrow. Tomorrow's Wednesday. We're getting close to the weekend. The weekend 6-pack days. Make sure you support Portia J, who is our executive producer, and make sure that you subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. It's at Stanley Cross 6000. I am actually working on a video or two. I keep saying that, but I actually am. Unfortunately, I can't. It's hard for me to just throw stuff together. I always feel this need to go back and do a little bit deeper research than I want to do. But in this particular case, it's worth it. So with that, I will be back around 3:45 or 4 o'clock in the morning, and we will cover the news of the day, and then any videos that I think you might be interested in. Definitely going to have a couple more fishing videos because I didn't get to all of them today. So I will see you all tomorrow. Everybody have a good day. And I may hop over, for a few minutes just to see what John's up to, but I probably pretty much know. But, sometimes who knows, he might surprise me. So I will see everybody tomorrow. Have a good day.
If you know somebody who drive a truck, I bet you he done had a relationship with a lot lizard. All these truck drivers love these lot lizards. I promise. Lot lizard, come on baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard, put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard, call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard, twerk, 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 twerk. And she at the truck stop, walking with her butt out, and she got her stomach out, and she only come out when the sun out. She's a lot lizard. She's a lot lizard. He can be your boyfriend, cousin, husband, daddy, brother. It don't even matter if he driving trucks all around the country and he making money. I bet you he fuck a lot lizard. Come on baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard, put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard, call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard, twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Lot lizard, twerk, twerk.